Hey, everybody. I'll call to order the Holt Board of Education meeting for Monday, December 14th. Noting that we do have a quorum and we do have all board members present. And so with that, pass it off to you, Dr. Hornak, with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. President and Board of Education, the mission of Holt Public Schools is to innovate, educate, and inspire, empowering all students to make a positive impact in their communities. The vision of Holt Public Schools is to empower our learning community to make a positive impact on the world.
Okay, board members, we do have a couple changes and additions to the agenda. I'd like to move 6.1, the student spotlight with Joseph Washington, up to just above the whole equity access team update. The other agenda item under new business, we will discuss naming rights of school facilities. So with those two changes, we'll go to public comment. And for anyone who would like to address the board, this is the time that you may do so. And please remember that it's not a dialogue between yourself and the Board of Education. However, we may follow up with you later with questions or concerns, comments. There is a 5-minute limitation per speaker. We ask that you be courteous. The other thing that we ask is that you do not use any employees' names nor students' names. And lastly, if you could state your name for the record. And with that, Ms. Bureau, if we have some that have already pre-signed up, we'll start with those.
I'm Davis. Yeah, Mr. Davis is the only one I have pre-signed up.
Okay, maybe he's not on right now. We'll move to anybody else that would like to address the board. This is your chance to do so.
We do have 2 attendees with their hands up.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and call one.
John Girdwood.
Hi everyone. All right, this is my first one on the Zoom, so this is a little different. Hello, esteemed school board members and fellow Holt community residents. I represent the Holt Community Foundation, a positive force in the community, supported by the individuals who want to make a positive impact in our community. So a couple of things we've done lately is we gave $1,522 to varsity softball for jerseys, thanks to alumnus Ted Lewandowski. We gave 400 safety goggles, which are actually in the mail on their way to science students, thanks to donor Norman Sauer, the father of a teacher in the Holt Public Schools. We installed 3 new memorial bricks today at the football field, thanks to the hard work of a school employee. And I want to make a few comments on supporting the use of Board Policy 7250, known as commemoration and naming of school facilities. This policy kind of started as an idea in 2017 when we put in a request to name the tennis facilities after Chuck Hill. So I wanted to thank everyone for creating this policy that can now be utilized. It's very cool to see a policy now that started out of that idea in 2017. Chuck Hill was an assistant tennis coach supporting Mike Smith, who was also the head tennis coach. And Chuck built tennis programs in the background to set the stage for others. And we are super proud to have initiated the movement that resulted in this policy. And it's a huge honor that Chuck has set the stage to honor Coach Mike Smith. We fully support naming the football field after Coach Mike Smith. And the next steps regarding our 2017 proposal, the original proposal, is we understand our original proposal was submitted before policy was in place, which created a little confusion around process. In order to reduce any confusion or delays on other proposals like that for Coach Mike Smith, at this time, we are publicly and formally withdrawing our original proposal to name the tennis facilities in honor of Chuck Hill. We plan to revisit and possibly resubmit our proposal to honor Chuck Hill at a later date, possibly during the spring 2021 tennis season. And we don't expect your decision to name the football stadium after Coach Mike Smith or any other proposals to implement policy 2750. We don't expect that to set any type of precedent or expectation regarding any separate naming decisions like that for Chuck Hill or anyone else. So we support, in conclusion, we support Holt Public Schools, all the positive work that's being done to improve the lives of our students, teachers, all staff members and administrators. And we are happy to do our part to support the positive work of others. Thank you for all the hard work you are doing. And this ends our comments.
Okay, I believe we do have Mr. Davis.
Can you hear me?
We
Yeah.
can.
Oh, okay. I'm just not on the screen. Anyway, I'm here this evening, board members, on behalf of the athletic delegation to name the athletic field after Mike. I don't know any of you other than Superintendent Hornak. I had a 36-year career in Holt, the last 11 of which I was the superintendent. And my association with Mike goes way back. It started when I was the Hope Middle School principal. And that was back in the early 70s, early 80s. And Mike got assigned to Hope Middle School in an area not in his field to teach because we were, doing cutbacks. And I had to assign Mike to a unit at Hope Middle School that was run by what I'll call, without naming any names, an affectionate name for a school marm. And this particular school marm back in those days used to rap kids on the head with her knuckles and got away with it. And she was one of the most respected teachers at the middle school, and to this day remains one of the most respected teachers. When I assigned Mike to her unit, I thought I was going to get rapped on the head with her knuckles, because her notion was, here's a football coach coming to my unit, doesn't know anything about middle school kids, teaching out of his field. What the heck is going on here? To make a long story short, after about 6 months, we were able to place Mike in a different school where he was in his major field of physical education. And the middle school teachers were devastated to lose Mike, because he had established such fantastic rapport with the students there and the staff there. And he just did an outstanding job. He then went to Sycamore Elementary School as a PE teacher. And again, the teachers assaulted me verbally, saying, what's this football coach doing in our elementary school? He's a high school teacher. He's got no business here. What's going on? And you need to get him out of here. Once again, after about a few months, I went to visit the school, and I walked into a kindergarten physical ed class. And it was one of the most gratifying sights I think I've ever seen. Mike was a big man, and he had all these kindergartners wrapped around his knees, showing just all kinds of affection for Mike. Once again, when we were able to transfer Mike back to the high school to teach in his field, where he was also the football coach, where he wanted to be, the teachers at Sycamore Elementary School said, you can't take Mike away from us. The kids love him. Our staff loves him. So once again, a similar experience. Then when Mike was at Holt High School as the football coach. Of course, I was the high school principal there for a number of years, and later as the superintendent. So I was Mike's boss on multiple fronts. Again, Mike established unbelievable leadership with his peers, but most importantly, his leadership and skill with kids, high school kids. As he developed rapport with elementary kids, middle school kids, he did the same with high school kids and was basically revered by all. And he just exhibited outstanding leadership and outstanding teaching skills. Mike was an interesting guy because if you met Mike first time, not knowing him, he had a little bit of a speech impediment, and you'd say, well, here's a coach, you know, he's probably just a coach and nothing more. And it couldn't be farther from the truth for Mike, because he had all kinds of people skills and he used them with adults and kids alike through the years. So I can't say enough. In my entire 36 years at Holt, I don't think I met another educator that matched Mike's skill up and down across the board with all ages of kids, adults and parents, with his ability to, I guess, teach and have be respected by those individuals. So I think Holt would be doing a great service on behalf of Mike to name the football field after him. I know it's a unique thing to do these things. When I was a superintendent, it was difficult, but I can't think of a better candidate. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Sally Hawk Harrison.
Hello. Hello, there we go. I had to push one more button. I'm wondering if there are school counselors still functioning as school counselors, and are they connecting with some of these kids, especially elementary kids that are struggling so much? Number one question. I know you're not going to answer me right away. That's okay. It's all right. Dr. Dave has my email. I love you, Dr. Dave, in case I didn't say that before. I really think there's plenty of kids out there that need help. And I don't know what you're going to decide, if you're going to decide it tonight to come back face to face. I just know that. And I too have a Mike Smith story. Our oldest daughter, who graduated a long time ago, was in the high school, which is now the junior high, in the lunch line, had stood in the lunch line for probably 20 of the 25 minutes they were allotted for lunch, trying to get some lunch. And she didn't realize he was kind of at her shoulder or behind her. She got there and they were ready to close. And all she wanted was a little tray of chicken nuggets. And she had been counting her money. That was back when people used money and didn't have cards, you know. And she was counting her money and she was like a quarter short. And she didn't know if they would work her a deal and not give her as many. And so she was fretting over that. And he came at her shoulder and said, "Are you doing okay, ma'am or miss?" And she says, "Well, I don't think I have enough money." And then she says, she's telling me this later, she turned and looked at him and she goes, "Mom, it was Mike Smith. It was the football coach, Mike Smith, right there by me." And I said, "Yeah," I said, "I've heard he's a really nice guy, but Mom," and then he paid for my lunch. He paid for my nuggets. And did you want anything else? You have to have a drink with that. And la, la, la. So yeah, so he was such a wonderful guy and he was such a wonderful addition to Holt schools. So those are my two things, the counselors and Mike Smith is a good guy. Thank you very much. You guys are doing a good job. You know, I love you.
Thanks, Sally.
You're welcome.
Any other members of the public? Hearing none, we'll close the public comment section and move to the consent agenda approvals. Board members, of note, if you didn't see it, we had changed the December 3rd special meeting and added some language to that. So there was an updated copy that was sent to you all. Also, as far as gifts, Dr. Hornick, if you could just go through some of those gifts and highlight a
bet.
couple items.
Sure thing, President Perry. I just want to highlight Board of Education. Before you approve the consent agenda, we did receive considerable donations over the past month. 500 to community ed, over $72,000 worth of PPE from General Motors, Haynes, and other unknown donors. That was a pass-through donation from the intermediate school district. The HEAT team accepted a $500 donation, as well as our food bus. And the Kroger Rewards program continues to pay dividends on a quarterly basis. And to date, and I can't remember when we started this, but we've raised over $20,000. There are currently 488 families who have linked their Kroger card. Easy thing to do. If you're going to shop and you shop at Kroger and you have a Kroger card, please consider designating Holt Public as your partner. And what ends up happening is your rewards stay the same, and we benefit as well, to the point where we received a check this past month for $1,730.41 for just people shopping at Kroger. So wonderful amount of gifts.
All right, thank you. So board members, if there isn't any item that you would want to pull out and discuss, I would entertain a motion for approval of the items in section 4 of the agenda.
I will move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a first and a second.
Can I do a quick question? This
Sure.
is more of a technical question. It might be a Christine question. I'm only seeing on my SharePoint directory this month's Board of Education. Is anyone else having that problem, or should I be talking to Kevin?
No, I see them all the way back to 2018.
All right, something's going on with mine. I'll fight with it a little bit more.
And if you want, Dr. Hallgren, you can get in touch with me tomorrow and I can help you with that too.
All right, thanks.
You bet.
Hey, Ms. Bureau, if we could do a roll call.
Robel,
Yes.
Dr. Leonard,
Yes.
Ms. Dalton,
Yes.
Ms. Jones, Ms. Jones.
Yes. Did you hear?
Thank you. Ms. Spiro, yes. Dr. Hallgren
Yes.
and Mr. Perry.
Yes. All right, we will move to reports and the 2021 bond update. Dr. Hornack, if you could just go through the differences between the draft that we saw and then the ultimate document that was prepared, and also skips my mind what else
I'll take it from there,
yeah.
President Perry. So board, thank you. This has been a wonderful journey with our bond partners. They are on. I don't expect them to speak tonight unless you have specific questions that I'm not able to answer. And this is typically what would occur. They wouldn't necessarily be at the meeting where you approve the pre-qualification application after it's gone through the initial Treasury process. To that end, I want to give you just a little bit of a summary of what occurred on Friday. At 1:30, we were on a conference call. So it wasn't a Zoom call, it was an actual conference call with the Department of Treasury. We had to introduce ourselves. It was a wonderful opportunity to speak highly of the district. The first question was geared right at me, and it said, we want you to talk about process, history, why are we here, who did you engage? And then we walked through the document. I was able to give what I thought was a comprehensive summary to the point where there were no follow-up questions. So I either overdid it or did it just right, or anyway. To that end, there were a few things that were changed. There were some spelling revisions that were made. There were some terminology clarifications that were made. Instructional technology can only be used when you're speaking to a kindergarten through 12th grade building. Otherwise, it's called technology. So the rest of us might not see a significant difference, but that is a key term differential that needed to be clarified in our application. There were also conversations regarding how much per square foot a particular building would be renovated for and why that was different from one building to the next. And really the response is it depends on the amount of space and scope and sequence of the work that's being done. So once we got all those clarified, our contact at the Department of Treasury thought we were in pretty good shape. GMB took the document, made the suggested changes. We swung that back through Christine, who posted it, and it was just a great team effort. I believe that hit the board packet, the final version on Friday evening. So, all in all, wonderful opportunity and a great experience.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hornak. So this evening, this is the application that we're actually going to approve, which would authorize Ms. Bureau to sign this and get this into Treasury.
That's the way I understand it.
Dr. Rob, do you want to add anything?
Oh,
Dr. Rob?
I can if you'd like.
Yes,
I
Dr.
was
Rob, yes.
actually on the call, and I was never having done that before. I don't know how many. I know Dr. Hornak hadn't done it before. I certainly hadn't done it before. I was expecting something a little more confrontational. It was actually substantially collaborative. It was a really good experience, and it was interesting to see the accountants at work. They were very detail oriented, which I also appreciated. So after we went through that process, I was pretty confident in the document as well at the end.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
I'll move that I'm not sure what the language is, accept the pre-qualification application document and submit it for the state.
I'll second.
Oh, a first and a second. Any discussion?
I had just one question. When I look at, I'm not sure about the page number, when toward the end where it discusses the North Campus under site work description, it has playground improvements. What does that mean for the North Campus? What would playground improvements be?
I don't remember that. Maybe Jeff, do you remember what that was?
I have the document up and I will go to that page and see if I can locate that.
Ms. Dalton, how much was that?
Well, this and the particular page where it's mentioned, it doesn't have a dollar amount. It's it says page 3881, page 4, but I know several of them have that designation, so I'm not sure if that narrows it down. But it's where it has a description of proposals in each series, and then this site work description.
That was the North Campus?
Under North Campus, yes.
So I did find that, Trustee Dalton, in the description. And I see that is probably one more adjustment that we can make while Treasury is doing their final approval. There are no dollars allocated for that. So that's a notation carryover, that something that wasn't discussed during the Treasury process. It didn't come up. But now that I see that, I can reach out to Carol Densmore, the one who conducted our review, and just say, hey, we noticed this, that language shouldn't be in there. It doesn't need to be in there. And we don't have any dollars allocated for it.
Thank
Good
you.
catch. Great catch.
There's a lot of lines on this document.
So Jeff, the document that Ms. Bureau will be signing, that will be stricken from that document, correct?
Yeah, I can notify Carol and just say, hey, we had, you know, one change, and we can update the document for you guys so that you guys have a copy of, an updated PDF of exactly what Treasury has as well. So we can figure out the best way to make that adjustment with Carol. I think it's just a minor detail.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I said when Ms. Dalton caught one that we didn't catch, but I just want to say, as we were going through these, we did, we meaning Carol and the rest of the team went through these things in substantial detail. There were errors caught that I don't know. That's definitely was a team effort to get the document to where it is today. So there were definitely some errors caught, and they were very, very, very careful about the language and the numbers in the document. So I was very impressed by the process.
All right, Ms. Bureau, if we could do a roll call vote.
Dr. Leonard,
Yes.
Ms. Dalton,
Yes.
Ms. Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Bureau, yes. Dr. Helgren,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
and Mr. Roble.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Motion passes. We'll move to the student rep report, and my perusal from who's online here, I don't see Ms. Page nor Mr. Gant, but if either.
I did receive, sorry for the interruption there. I did receive a notification from Paige Tompkins, and she actually sent me something to read to you from herself. She's unable to attend. I did not hear from Joey Gantz this month. I did last month, and he said he still is interested in serving, and so I may follow up again, but I will read to you Ms. Tompkins' note to you. Hello to all and happy Monday. I'm sorry I could not join you all tonight. As an honors and AP student, the abundance of work stops for nothing and no one, and I have 9 assignments due tonight that do require my attention. Speaking of an abundance of work, this seems to be the one thing my fellow students bring up to me all the time, honor student or not. This isn't just a case of students complaining about having too much homework. As the school year has gone on, the workload has increased, especially on Wednesday, where we have all of our classes. Though COVID has limited what we can do, we still have many activities outside of school that require our attention as well. It seems that if school is put on the back burner for even a moment, we are suddenly bombarded with a due at 11:59 and late assignments. This has caused a lot of stress for kids, and grades have gone down because of it. Students who normally do work when they should and prioritize school are now failing because they are struggling to keep up. This struggle has caused mental health to suffer as well. Instead of taking care of themselves, students are worried about failure and bad grades. Anxiety about receiving a low grade sets in, lack of motivation takes over, and the will of actually completing the work. Depression sets in from the lack of motivation. It's a cycle that continues, and it can be helped. What we need are people who know and are there to help us. We need to know that our teachers care and they are there to teach us. Daily check-ins would be a huge help, and it could make students feel better about where they are. Many students could also benefit from talking to their counselors. So having counselors reach out in some way, whether it's through a survey sent out or emailing, that would be a tremendous help. Another issue that has been brought to my attention is the lack of student-teacher interaction and engagement. For me, especially in the online environment, it's hard to stay engaged when I'm listening to my teacher talk for an hour and 40 minutes, sometimes more, about different forces, how to calculate their Newton value, etc. PowerPoints, though informative, aren't serving the purpose they should. Students can only pay attention for so long. So doing something to keep them engaged could change a lot of issues on both ends. Students and teachers should be working together during this weird experience. Thank you all for your time, and I wish you an early Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Paige.
Well, even though you're not here, Ms. Thompson, thank you for those comments. And Dr. Hornick, if we could follow up with some of the items she suggested, especially the check-ins, you know, that's awesome that we could have individuals helping our student body. We'll move to the next session, and Dr. Hallgren, this is you with the ISOA report.
It'd help if I turned my microphone on. The secretary makes such an excellent report that I decided to send that to Christine for inclusion in the board packet, so you can see most of what we discussed there. I was not able to attend the entire meeting because I had to leave for class. That should not be a problem next semester. I don't, at least so far, have a conflict for that meeting, so I should be able to stay the whole time. Most of this discussion centered around basically how we were going to catch up these students who are going to need more hands-on, more hand-holding, more all sorts of things to get them, you know, back up to where we want them to be. There was a bit of discussion floated about balanced calendar and how that might be a way to get students into the classroom over the summer for some of this remedial instruction. So that's of course Dr. Hornick's wheelhouse. So of course, Dr. Hornick, I volunteered you for a resource for that. Yeah, it was basically mostly just a discussion. There wasn't really a planned activity. It was more of a talk back and forth and just do some brainstorming. It was a good session.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hallgren. And we'll move to the item that we had brought up from section 6 of the agenda. And I don't know if Mr. Knighton or Ms. Dalton, if you wanted to introduce Mr. Joseph Washington.
President Perry, I'd like to say a few words, and then I would offer Vice President Dalton if she would like to say anything, or Dominic Knighton as well. But I just want you all to know I've invited Joseph Washington to join us tonight for one of his school projects. He gave a presentation that was very compelling and moving and thought-provoking. I then had an opportunity to engage with Joseph a couple times on the phone. We've been in contact. He's now a member of our Holt Community Task Force. So he meets on Wednesdays with a group of adults, and we've had some kids on there, but he was an active participant last week. This is not the first time this Board of Education has met Joseph Washington. Joseph Washington played the piano on stage at Holt High School approximately, well, Joseph and I both, I don't know, he's probably got a better memory than I do, but I think it was 4 to 5 years ago. And he was just incredible on stage. I would like you to welcome him, but before I go any further, Vice President Dalton, do you have any words you'd like to share?
I think that Mr. Knighton and I will speak after. I think without further ado, we would just enjoy hearing what Joseph is here to share with us this evening. Thank
Okay.
you.
And Dom, you're good with that too? Thumbs up? Yep, okay. Mr. Joseph Washington, you're on stage.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be with all you and be able to have this opportunity. So I would just like to thank you guys for having me. The first thing I'll be sharing with you guys is the speech I wrote. I decided to write this speech because I felt compelled to do it because of the ongoing issues in our society regarding racism towards African Americans. So I thought it was very important that we communicate this to our students in our school as well. So I will read this to you guys and hope you enjoy it. And then I will follow up with my other thoughts afterwards. I believe that regardless of the color or shade of your skin, Black lives matter. from little Black boys and girls to adult men and women of different backgrounds, beliefs, lifestyles, personalities, hobbies, goals, and ambition and more, that African American lives matter. In a country that has endured and systemically put Black lives at the bottom, from slavery to Black lives innocently being shot and killed at the hands of the law, Black lives don't seem to be acknowledged and respected for who we are and what we have done and accomplished. I believe that in reality, life is like a game of survival for the Black community, and the need for simple respect and the desire to enjoy ourselves and who we are as a Black community is constantly under fire, and the need to strip that away from us is a daily thing. Not just the Black lives that flourish at the top and automatically gain the respect and the admiration from others, from the professions such as professional basketball players, National Football League players, Major League Baseball players, national hockey players, celebrities, those in the music industry, or even the political spectrum matter. No matter what your profession or range of wealth is as an African American, your life matters regardless. It is not only hurtful, but it is detrimental to the Black community to live in a world of stereotypes that affect how the world treats and views Black people. We aren't thugs. We aren't criminals. We don't just rap and play sports such as football and basketball. We are more than what America wants and acknowledges us to be. Black and brown lives are precious. They have a story. They mean something, and they deserve the respect and love that simply America has failed to provide and be humble to. It shouldn't be a fear that we might not make it home from getting pulled over and possibly end up shot and dead or a knee in our neck. I remember sitting in the living room and seeing the video of George Floyd being pressed against the concrete with an officer kneeling on his neck intentionally and with the intention to strip his life away from him. It shouldn't be right for someone to look at one of us and assume we are just either playing gangster hoodlums, ready to rob someone or drug deal. It shouldn't be okay and natural for people to assume all we do is play sports and are illiterate and are bound to fail in school and become an ordinary poor Black man or woman with no pride and self-respect and dignity. It shouldn't be okay that people assume all we do is use slang and profanity as our primary source of communication. I believe that the more Black people push for change, the farther the finish line is moved, intentionally, preventing us from reaching that standard of acceptance here in our country and around the world. I believe that the Black community must continue to link arms, voice our thoughts and beliefs, protest and march, change the law in its corrupt system to force change and a better life for all African Americans. I believe that Black lives matter, and we will continue to put our stamp on the world, carry our heads up high, and continue to walk in our pride, confidence, and dignity, no matter what. I believe Black lives matter. Now, what was the overall message? Was it that Black lives are superior and the only specific race of people that matter? No. Was it that Black lives do matter and the narrative our society has about Black people needs changing? Yes, very much so. Why is that? Because Black people get treated differently in our country. There is a lack of respect, love, kindness, acceptance, empathy, and understanding. We don't have each of these elements I just listed, so we can't check the box off on each of those elements. It's like a grocery list. If you don't have them, we need to get them. So how do we do that? How do we get those elements of respect, love, kindness, acceptance, empathy, and understanding? How do we change the narrative? Well, to change the narrative, you need to know what the problem is. Identify the problem. What is it you are trying to solve? What is the problem? What is causing Black African Americans, people in particular, to not experience those elements listed in the society we live in today? Racism. Racism, racism, racism. Systemic racism. Its meaning isn't pretty. It's not positive, it's negative. What is racism? Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. It's a noun, it's a thing. It's not a person. Racism isn't a person. It isn't a thing. It is a thing. That's how you know it's real. Racism is real. There is no denial about it. You can feel it. For example, if you're a teacher in the classroom and you hear students bleeping the N-word, knowing in the past what effect the N-word has had on African Americans through the Jim Crow era, slavery, segregation, bleeping the N-word, you feel it. You hear racism. You feel a certain emotion tied to that. You hear about it in the media. You see it. We saw George Floyd and his death, unnecessary death, 8 minutes, 46 seconds. We all know about the Breonna Taylor. Recently, there was an incident regarding Brandon Bernard on September 10th of 2020, an African-American man. He was on trial for the death penalty, rundown. There was 2 white people that were killed by these 2 African-Americans involving Brandon Bernard, and they both faced the death penalty for it. The law identified Brandon Bernard as a gang-affiliated member. Now, why did I bring this up? Why did I bring up the story of Brandon Bernard? What about this angers and brings up emotions from the African-American community specifically? And it isn't the fact that Mr. Bernard wasn't just Black. It's more than that. The fact of the matter is that human bias and emotions blind us. And in our society, that is how we administer justice. As an African-American, you know that our history in regards to the law has a tendency to justify how they treat and incarcerate Black people. From slavery, Jim Crow era, and etc. There has been a heavy narrative of Black people intentionally being targeted for crimes and ruled by the law in which it did not turn out pleasant for the Black community. There were 11 white jury members during the Brandon Bernard trial. As an African American, we wonder, where were the minority jury members? Why were they all white? No offense to white people or anything like that, but it makes you think. It reminds us of the Emmett Till situation. He was killed by 2 Caucasian people, and yet there was no justice served for him. All the jury members were white. Prosecutors withheld evidence that diminished his role in the crime. And because of this, Brandon Bernard was executed. Race does affect how we carry out justice in our country. Systemic racism, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. To hate someone and want to inflict pain on them when you don't know them, but just because you don't like the color of their skin, is flat out wrong. Inferior versus superior. Racism needs to stop. White people are the best. Black people suck. Asians are naturally smart. Mexicans are illiterate. All these thoughts, racist thoughts that we have in our society need to end. When does racism stop? Black people shouldn't be feared. Black people shouldn't be treated any differently in our society. Black people are humans. We aren't animals, and we shouldn't be treated that way. No one should. So what should we do? We have to ask ourselves, what can we do? Anything counts. Anything will work. We just have to figure it out. Show acts of kindness. Reach out to a brother or sister and let them know that they are cared for and loved and appreciated. Uplift them. Start organizations to combat racism and bring out positivity and unite among all races. Because everyone deserves respect, love, kindness, acceptance, empathy, and understanding, and all of the above. Black lives matter. So we need to change the narrative in our society and unite and bring a more positive force in our world and country. Not just for Black lives, but for all minorities and everyone. We all deserve better. And I know we can do it.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you.
You bet, my friend. Well done.
Yes, very well written, very well spoken. We'll move the agenda to Ms. Dalton in the HEAT team, otherwise known as the Holt Equity Access Team.
Thank you. Joseph, I don't have any business following your words. That was exquisite. Thank you. And it was what I needed to hear, and it was what we all needed to hear. And thank you for being brave and speaking truth to power, because that is an important first step. And I'm eternally grateful to you for doing that this evening. This is why we do the work we do in the Holt Equity Access Team. This is exactly it. We have so many amazing students in Holt Public Schools, and they deserve our love and our support and our action. And we have been working for quite some time in all sorts of groups and committees to work to further this goal, to support our students and to support our families and to support our staff and our community. I just want to say the month of December, there are several national and international events with equity and diversity at the heart of them, including World AIDS Day, the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, Human Rights Day, Air in the Midst of Hanukkah, the Bill of Rights Day, Christmas, Wounded Knee Day, and Kwanzaa, among many other. Chris Billingsley, the HEAT coordinator, has worked to update HEAT initiatives on the HEAT website, which you can access through the Holt Public Schools website. So please, I encourage you to go there to see all of the work that the Holt Equity and Access team is doing and explore ways that you could participate and support the work that we continue to do. And lastly, I want to introduce Dominic Knighton. He's a third grade teacher at Wilcox Elementary, and he is the co-chair of the HEAT Student Support Subcommittee. And he's come to speak with us this evening about work that he's doing with the mentorship program. Mr. Knighton?
Thank you so much, Mrs. Dalton. And Joseph, phenomenal job, young man. I've yet to hear you speak or even exchange an email with you where I don't walk away impressed. You're gifted. Literally, my phone is, I would say it's getting blown up right now with people saying, who is this dude? He's getting ready to change the world. You already are, as I always say, man. So my hat's off to you, bro. Seriously, you just continue to lead, young man. I'll leave it at that. To the board, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity, though, to update you this evening on some of the thinking taking place and some of the work that we're doing in our HEAT Mentorship Committee, which we've been meeting since June. I'd like to begin with a question for everyone to think about, though. Why mentoring? And that's a question that I asked the group this summer before one of our meetings. And when we met, we shared out our whys. And the big takeaway, relationships, and the need to create a culture of support in our schools. We want to help build stronger relationships between our learners and their learning environment, from the drivers that open their doors to our learners in the morning when we return, the lunch supervisors serving meals, recess supervisors, our custodial staff that maintains our facilities. We want to support in strengthening peer-to-peer relationships, relationships between students and their teachers, teachers and their students, teachers and families, families and teachers. And as of late, I've been reminded by our high school and junior high diversity club students about the importance of having a strong relationship with ourselves, because we know that along the way, that can become severed and needs repaired. But that requires us to ask for help. Ms. Umstead, a Holt High School teacher, is pushing her students in her capstone course to become agents for change, who advocate not only for themselves, but for others. Ms. Umstead says to change the world, you must mentor those after you, which is what her students are doing through mentorship that has been formed between those capstone students and Alona Troitsky's junior high students. They exchange letters, telling stories, listening, lending support, letting our junior high students know, you can ask for help. It's okay to need support. I'm here for you. Her capstone students have also organized and have been collecting food the last few weeks for a holiday food drive. Now her efforts don't stop there. She's leading and inspiring her students in the speech class to believe, which is what you heard in Joseph Washington's I Believe speech, which has touched and inspired hundreds of people in our district. And he hasn't stopped there either, because he, along with other student leaders at the high school, National Honor Society students, and Holt Early College students, they're giving back now in other groups, such as our diversity clubs at the high school and junior high, in addition to tutoring through PALS. They are encouraging our young people to believe and leading sessions with our junior high diversity club on skills that will best help them to succeed in high school. Yet the reality is that even the best efforts of a capstone course or a diversity club will not be enough to bring the necessary change that we need. A culture of being open and saying that I need help requires an environment in which vulnerabilities are welcomed and embraced. And this is radical too, because it requires us as an educational system to do a hard reset, to shift our focus and analyze how our roles are impacting the lives of our students. Our students are struggling at this moment. At the high school, 52% of our learners are failing one or more courses. 11% are failing all 6. We're in a tough place. Nationally, 1 in 4 public school children drop out before they finish high school. Many of these students don't have access to positive role models, cannot envision a career, and don't feel connected to their communities. Young people who drop out are much more likely to be unemployed, incarcerated, or live in poverty. Now, I didn't come into teaching off the traditional track that most educators take. I left high school barely and skipped around for years, finding myself in countless trouble along the way. And had it not been for mentors, I wouldn't be here. I can look back along that path, and it was the extended hands and listening ears that supported me. I know far too well the importance of people needing mentors. Now, I wish I could tell you that we have designed plans to roll out mentorship clubs or a mentor for every student once our schools open again. We're not there yet, but we're continuing to discuss how to be equitable in reaching all of our students in our buildings. This pandemic has awarded us the gifts of accessibility and opportunity as we've gained access to each other in ways that we never capitalized on before. We're using those gifts to connect across the district, pulling leaders from Washington Woods to Hope, from Wilcox to the junior high to the high school, from kindergarten teachers to central office, back down to the students who meet with us at times too, to really push us in our thinking. Why mentoring? We're using digital platforms, videos of encouragement, Motivation Mondays from our high school students, videos from students to promote soft skills that will support our learners, Google Meet book clubs this coming February, in which texts will be read from diverse authors, which will specifically focus on mentorship at the junior high as we unpack the need for relationships through authentic conversations. There's so much more, but most importantly, through this all, the hope is that once we return in person to our schools, students will know there are people in their schools that are there looking to support. Now, HEAT came together again this past summer with a central focus on supporting our Black and Brown students. And if you look deeper into that number I shared earlier, that 52%, this will alarm you, but 68% of our Black students are failing. 59% of our Hispanic students are failing. 47% of our white students are failing. Remember, 1 out of 4 students drop out. But for Black and Brown students, the challenge is more severe, with the likelihood of graduating on time from high school only 65%. And as I said earlier, young people who drop out are much more likely to be unemployed, incarcerated, or live in poverty. So why mentoring? We want to prepare our students for success in high school. That's why we're looking for any and all opportunities to enrich mentorship in our junior high and to bring mentorship into our middle and elementary schools. All of our students across the district need it. They need to be heard. They need to be encouraged. They have to know and trust that we believe in them. Part of my why, this gets hard, y'all. Part of my why mentoring story is from my cousin, a former student of Holt Public. His mother, my older cousin, moved him into Holt to get him into better schools. He started at Hope, went on to the junior high, and spent a year at the high school. But along the way, something broke, maybe something within himself. He was finding himself in more trouble, which resulted with him spending less time in class, more time in the office, and eventually more time at home. Now, he had dreams. Like many young boys, especially young boys, regardless of us thinking of it being a stereotype, he had dreams like young boys of color typically do about becoming a big basketball star someday. And he had some decent game too. He and I would go back and forth in his driveway. He would test me, I would test him. He was pretty nice. But his grades, his behavior eventually led to him getting kicked off teams, and he eventually left Holt schools. I took him under my wing, mentored him, tutored him after he enrolled somewhere else, took him to lunch, had him over around my family for dinner. He'd stay the night. We'd get haircuts together. I taught him all that I knew in the hope of him becoming better. But it wasn't enough. Something was broken. He didn't believe in himself. He never graduated. He eventually dropped out. And by the age of 17, what he began believing in pulled him further away. He stopped responding. No more haircuts, no more lunches, no more dinners. He just stopped. How many young folks do you know that have just stopped? Why mentoring? My cousin, he's been in the custody of the federal prison system since he was 18 years old. For almost 10 years now, we've talked over the phone in short 15-minute calls or via letters that are read by someone else before they reach my hand, the same for the ones I sent to him. By the time he's out, he'll be older than I am and part of a world that's far different than the one he left. In the meantime, I'll continue to encourage him to believe. So why mentoring? It's to provide opportunity, to build a culture of support, to teach our young students the value of relationships, to believe in themselves and to lead them along their journey. This comes at a cost though. Our systems need to be rebuilt. We know what needs to be done. Now it's time to act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don. We'll move to reports, section 5.5. Ms. Bureau, your policy update.
Thank you. Last month, we had a first reading on 4 pieces of policy. There are 5, if you'll notice in your board packet. I'm asking for approval of 4. The first one being (4362.01) threatening behavior towards staff members. Our last update in the spring, we updated 3362.01, and it was for clarification, clarity and on the characterization of threatening behavior, and was asked for by many districts. So Neola added that to the policy. It was listed in the green. Nope. And my policy page is out of order. Or backwards. Okay, it is still listed in green. Were there any questions on that? If not, I would like to ask for approval on the changes to 4362.01.
There were no changes since our first reading of this.
No changes since the first reading.
And we'll take these individually.
Please.
Okay.
I make a motion that we move to accept policy 4362.01 with the noted changes.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Barrow, if we could do a roll call vote.
I didn't think about that. Yeah. Okay. Miss Dalton,
Yes.
Miss Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Bureau, yes. Dr. Helgren,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Miss Robo,
Yes.
and Dr. Leonard.
Yes.
The next piece is 5610, the removal, suspension, expulsion, and permanent exclusion of students. This is a revision. As you'll note, this is also one that we had handled not too long ago. And the revisions for this (43) 5611 due process rights. Again, the changes in this were to include the preponderance of evidence as the standard of evidence used, which will also go and mirror the evidence in the Title IX that we had adopted earlier this month. And those changes again are in green, and they are the ones recommended by the attorneys. Were there any questions on the language to include preponderance of evidence?
Were you speaking of 5611 or 5610?
5611.
Okay.
So do you want a motion for 5611 or 5610 or both?
Let's do 56. Let's do 5611 first. Well, you know what? Those two have the exact same. Let's do those together because those mirror each other and the changes are identical in them to bring them both up to preponderance. We could do both of them. It's 5611 and 5610.
So the major change is the standard evidentiary standard to preponderance of evidence.
That's it.
Okay.
That is the
I move
changes.
that we accept policy 5610 and 5611 as amended.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Bureau, were there any changes again from the first reading to what we have today?
No.
Any other discussion? And so, Ms. Bureau, if we could do a roll call.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Bureau, yes. Dr. Helgren?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Robo?
Yes.
Dr. Leonard?
Yes.
And Ms. Dalton?
Yes.
The last piece of policy that I'm requesting approval of is 7440, facility security. This is also a revision. We have not revised this since 2018 when we first did the revision. This one is to include, it authorizes the superintendent to install temporary locking devices when deemed necessary. It's in response to Public Act 2020-45. As you'll note, the changes in green on the second page talk specifically of that. There does need to have, we do need to have training of staff in the building to use the devices, and they all have to be approved by the fire chief. A note on this one would be that the use of this would be, these items would be during like a active shooter scenario or something like this. So boots are what they're normally called, if in case somebody was curious what kind of devices we were talking about. And there are no changes since last month on this. Are there any questions?
So do we have existing items that we would need to get approval from the fire chief or the law enforcement?
I believe there are some in a few buildings have some. They are not blanket across all buildings. And it's my understanding from our conversation in subcommittee that the ones that we do have had approval and the fire chief has inspected.
Okay, I would entertain a motion then.
I will move that we accept policies 7440 as presented here.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Back to you, Ms. Bureau, for roll call.
I'll start this one with a yes. Dr. Helgren,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Robel,
Yes.
Dr. Leonard,
Yes.
Ms. Dalton,
Yes.
and Ms. Jones.
Yes.
In your board packet, you will also notice a policy 8450.01. You have it in its raw form without the boxes checked. When we met in subcommittee, the discussion was whether or not to adopt this or to leave it as, or leave it. We have the option that this is not anything that's required under law. There was another suggestion made by our Neola rep that those that don't accept it, the district still, if they choose, can take language from this, add it to their student handbooks and student handbooks. So our question was, would having this as an official policy give any weight or help in any way our administrators and staff during this time where face coverings are needed? So it was put out to the administrators. I did get back some comments on it. The 3 administrators on the email said they like the policy. They didn't really specify if they thought it would help their situation or not. One of them recommended that on page 1, if you look at page 1, there's check boxes and then it says or and then more check boxes. That administrator did recommend that we choose the second, and actually reading it, my preference would be if we were to accept it to do that. So I guess my question to the board is this a policy that we would like to pursue as an active policy, or do we want to leave it and let Dr. Hornak and the others take the pieces that they want? Are there any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Dr. Hornak, if this was become part of the guidelines, would that be better than an active policy, or better than the policy? I mean, you could go back and change those guidelines as, things progress and we learn more and whatnot.
Certainly, President Perry, there's more flexibility in terms of the timing on changing the guidelines. This policy wouldn't hurt anything in the sense that we would have a reference point to say we have board policy regarding masks. With that, I would hope our team would be empathetic and encouraging rather than punitive, which I believe in our team. So to that end, we're open either way.
Any other thoughts by board members?
Well, I'm just noticing where it talks about face shields permitted as an alternative to a cloth face mask. I was thinking that that currently isn't accepted as a substitute for a cloth face mask. So I think that gets to the point where our thinking about this slowly changes as we learn more. So I'm not sure if that's the language that they still are using, but that bit of it seems questionable to me. unless there's some new philosophy on that that I'm not aware of.
We agree. The face covering needs to be a mask versus the face shield.
So maybe that bit should be removed.
Yeah, and for just that reason, I think that, you know, because of this is evolving situation and you know, when and hopefully when we reopen, things are probably going to change on the ground on the fly. I think I'm probably more comfortable leaving it in the hands of the administration than to make it into a formal board policy that we would have to go back and revise.
I'll be honest, that's how I feel, because I think some of the, if we make too many revisions, then we run the risk of not having backup if we're challenged on that.
I'm committing to investigating an administrative guideline 845001. So we'll do it that way.
Okay.
I think if it becomes obvious as you're doing that investigation that you need a board policy to back you up, then I think I mean, at least I'm on board. I suspect everyone else would be on board too. And then we come back to it.
Yeah, it's something that we can come back to at any time. And I think it's nice to have in our arsenal, but I don't see a rush for it. But I wanted others' opinions on that.
Yeah, I just see the flexibility that's needed here and not a strict formal policy.
Okay. The only thing else I have to discuss was 7250, which actually probably should be old business, not new business. And then the sponsorship package, which we can also do that under old business. Yep.
All right, if that's it, we'll move to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Perry. I'm grateful that Mrs. Bureau was between the amazing presentation from Joseph and as well as the compelling words from Dominic, because boy, but each was very, very impressive. In an effort not to duplicate, this is kind of my disclaimer, much of the work that is being done out of the curriculum office, I'm going to focus on just some specific items. I would like the board to know that between the count days, so we have a February count day and we have an October count day, I will send an exit survey to families. And that has occurred. And we sent out, I don't know, 300-ish exit surveys, and we got about 48 or so back. And in that, we received some constructive feedback, very thoughtful feedback in many cases. 57%, so, you know, over 20 would come back to us if we were in a face-to-face model and the COVID crisis would be over. To that end, I think it's also relevant that you know that I have read each of those surveys and I sent a postcard to each family indicating and thanking them of that. I fill out surveys all the time and I wonder kind of where is this going and is anyone going to read my feedback? I've also shared the data with our curriculum office to which they have processed it. And at some point in the near future, I will be sharing the raw data with you. I think it's important for you to see that as well. Let's see here, moving forward. We have our guide to giving has been published. I think I mentioned that last month, but it has generated some fundraising for heat as well as the food bus. Special recognition. I really believe that our team is going above and beyond right now. Just overall, I mean, we are working somewhat in silos at times, even in central office. You know, there are times where I'm not seeing the people that are 8 steps away from me face to face. I see them on Zoom, and that's just our reality right now to keep us all safe. I will also acknowledge that our food service team continues to serve over 10,000 meals a week. That's very impressive. Our Holt Community Task Force, although it's 65 strong, it's somewhere between 20 and 30 that meets almost weekly. And we're receiving a great deal of feedback from that group, and we're sharing feedback with them. Fitting, I continue to thank you on the heels of our wonderful speeches tonight and information share, I again would like to acknowledge how much I appreciate working for a board that has declared racism a health crisis. That is very important to me, as you now wonder why I keep raising that, but it's very important. To that end, we're actively engaged with the Midwest and Plains Equity Assistance Center. That's our external group who's guiding us through some improvement. We've started a few new things in Holt Public. We have office hours for staff, and coming soon, we're going to have office hours for students. That may just be me, I'm not sure yet, but I'm looking forward to engaging with our students as I've enjoyed becoming reacquainted with Joseph. Recent presentations. Now on a monthly basis, I give a brief update at the Lansing Chamber of Commerce, and I was one of the panelists for Leadership Lansing this past month. I attended with, maybe the largest group came from Holt Public, an equity, building equity PD, which was awesome. And we'll start engaging in some additional training regarding COVID-19 and some of the basics. My annual cycle's coming up. So that completes the superintendent's report.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hornak. I just have a few items in the board president's report. January's meeting, we are required to be in person. That's because of the new law that was adopted. I've been speaking with legislatures, and they have promised that they're going to try to get this 56 votes that they need to repeal this, but stay tuned. I don't know whether we'll be in person or we'll be back on Zoom. And then normally we have a midwinter break on Martin Luther King Day. And I would like to postpone this workshop between board and admin. I'd like to reschedule it at a time when we can be in person, just given admin and their plates being full and the Zoom fatigue. I'm not so sure we would get as much out of it as if we were to postpone it and meet in person. The other thing I'd like to note is that, we're all kind of guilty cumulatively about adding things to the agenda at the last minute. If we could just redouble our efforts to try to make sure that we're not doing that. I know, like today, there was a lot of, information sent to board members, and you all have day jobs, and it gets difficult to try to read and insert and revise what you get in your board packet. And then lastly, food distribution is Friday from 11 to 1. And this is going to cover the holiday season. So right now it looks like there's going to be up to 1,000 families coming through. The other thing that is being done is they're coordinating a food drive and a food distribution for the families, not only just the student. So there's an opportunity to, if you would like, to donate food items, or I'm sure they're always accepting cash. And the other thing is to volunteer on Friday from 11 to 1. Like I mentioned, they're going to try to get quite a few people through in a 2-hour period.
If we want to volunteer, what's the procedures going to be at the high school, and just show up with a mask?
Show up with a mask, and see Evan, he'll put you to work.
Warm clothes too, Dr. Rob. We'll be outside. So yeah,
Well,
in all honesty, make sure you have gloves and a hat and boots and all the other stuff.
I have built-in insulation. I don't know about the rest
it's
of you.
fast and furious, but it'll be nice and cold.
Your tie is optional, Rob.
Okay, I won't wear the tie.
And so that's it. Well, when we moved 6.1, that gets us down to curriculum updates. And the first thing there is enrollment. And I see Ms. Holly Scott on, so.
Good evening, board. I do appreciate that Holly has joined us. She's back up in case we get stuck. So we appreciate you, Holly. I would like to apologize. I felt a little sheepish as Mr. Perry was saying these late additions to the packet are quite cumbersome and difficult to process. We did have some survey information come in just recently, so there is some information on this PowerPoint. It's in your board packet, page 184 is the PowerPoint that we're going to go through. But the version that I'm sharing with you does have a little bit of updated information. It's still the same PowerPoint, but a few slides have some new information. I'll be sure to send it to you afterwards as well. And I just wanted you to know it wasn't for want of sending it in time. It's the data is just coming in fast and furious, and we're trying to get you as up-to-date information as we can every time we meet. So we'll go through slide by slide. Feel free to ask if we share anything that is unclear. We will be going through the same topics we typically do. So can you guys see my PowerPoint?
Yep.
Yes, okay. The same topics we typically do, required by, oh, don't want to do that, sorry. Required by the state that we share the academic and attendance data during remote learning. And then after we've shared information with you, there is a slide that indicates public comment, also per the state requirement, prior to the vote regarding our learning environment recommendation. So similar to what we did last month as far as the flow of information, there's a little bit more this time though, like because of those surveys as I'd shared with you.
All right, thank you, Jess. Good evening, board. And as I love to let Jess just take the blame for the late information, I must say I have to take a lot of the ownership. The survey data came in and window closed and we needed time. So I apologize for not getting that into the board packet as we move forward. And again, I'd like to acknowledge Holly Scott as part of our presentation, and Holly is the mind behind all the FTE and counting from our end. And so Holly, I encourage you to chime in at any point to help. So we kind of paused on sharing count day data with you until we actually had our final submission. And so reflecting back in the spring, I know there's constant communication about the loss. The board had many conversations about what we should predict. We knew some things were coming at us fast and furious, the pandemic. We talked about maybe kindergarten enrollment declining. We also talked about our share time partnership. Well, everything we predicted kind of came true. And so what I kind of want to share with you as I walk through the slides, and I encourage you, I can't see all of you, so please ask questions. Starting from the top, the data sharing with you up there is actually our total number of Holt students for our fall count day. Highlighted in yellow, you'll see our total number of share time FTE, and then our total student count where we landed. Then following that on the midpoint of the slide, you'll notice a comparative data points and with our final total student count for fall 2019. So I wanted to make sure we went apples to apples, fall to fall. Our takeaways, we lost 511 FTE. And the breakdown, 263 were our Holt students and 248 were shared time. What I do want to bring to the attention, I know Kim is on this as well and has talked about the super blend. We were very fortunate with our funding mechanism and the way that was determined that there would be a blend of previous year and such. And so I believe our actual loss that we are going to be held accountable for funding wise is about 93-ish students. So I just kind of wanted to wrap that in for your takeaways. Let's move to the next slide, Jess. So some of the things of what we know from the enrollment, you know that as the school of choice window opens, families request applications. We know that our requests for applications decreased this year. As a result, you'll see our school of choice applications accepted decreased as well. And therefore, it makes sense that our decrease in school of choice also went down. And also, I do want to share with you over the past few years, we've talked about bringing our buildings back to a capacity that is relative to the support of the building. And so some of this decrease was intentional. So for example, we reduced 2 sections at TK4. So that means that there were 4 sections at 4th grade. As they rolled up, we absorbed and moved it to, removed a section as we went up. So naturally, we knew we were going to set ourselves up for some type of decrease. Moving to the next slide. Continuing, we had a decline of about 144 students in the TK4 system, and 56 of those students were our kindergartners. So as we predicted, families have a little bit more choice at the, when they want to start their child in school. And so naturally, I believe that we had some parents that chose to keep their child at home instead of starting them. We had a decrease of about 82 students at the 5th, 6th grade level. And what's interesting with this is that we actually had an increase of 4 at 6th grade, but a decrease of 86 at 5th grade. So I kind of, something that would be a pause and want to maybe investigate a little bit more. And we can do that through exit surveys, but that was something that popped out. And also we had a decrease at 7-8 of 36 students. Moving forward, what we
Steve?
do know, yes.
Real quick, did you break the 7-8 down as well? I'm just wondering if 7 was a bigger decrease than 8, which
Nothing
might get you to the reasons. I'm wondering if perhaps it's just the transitioning to a new school. As long as they were transitioning to a new school anyway, that might have been their opportunity to jump. But that would happen at 7th grade as well.
Yep. So
I can answer that too right now. There were 14, we were down 14 in 7th grade and down 22 in 8th grade.
Okay, so that's a pretty even split.
Continuing, and Justin Holly can jump in here a little bit, but we had an increase of 12. I was really excited, like, yes, we went up in our enrollment, but we had a decrease in our 2 other programs of 13. And as I talked to Holly and Jess a little bit more, we believe that just pretty much offset each other. Those students didn't enroll in that other program, but rather stayed in the system that we have at the 9-12. So kind of offset with that number. And, as we're all aware, we're in a pandemic, right? We know things were going to be a little bit different with our enrollment and in our preparation. So where did they go? So this is some of the pieces that Dr. Hornak kind of hit upon. We had 56 kindergartners stay at home. What does that mean for next year? We're going to have huge numbers at kindergarten. I don't know. We anticipated there would be an increase in enrollment of private schools. And Holly did a little digging, and we had about 68 students that unenrolled from Holt Public that went to homeschool. My hunch is that we might have more than that, but you have to register for us in order to get that information. So 68 students left Holt Public and chose to homeschool. And a little bit of a breakdown of that number, 40 of them were kindergarten through 4th grade. So actually kindergarten students enrolled and then parents pulled them back out. That's about 13 at 5-6, 13 at 7-8, and 2 at the high school, which I found was very interesting as well. So between our kindergartners and our homeschoolers, we know a chunk of our students where they're at. As Dr. Hornak mentioned, what does our exit survey say? 47 families responded, 57 would return to Holt if we were back face to face. I really appreciated the feedback that they provided, and that feedback will be put together and constructed and shared with building principals. And as Dr. Hornak mentioned, the acknowledgement of the postcard. So again, that's just a quick snippet of our enrollment. To be honest, not a lot of it caught us off guard, but it's still more to come.
Hey, Steve. Yeah. Back to those shared time students, I thought we were going to drop more considerably than what we did. Is there a further decline in the future, or will that new number stay stable, given?
So I can add, and Holly and Dr. Hornak, feel free to chime in, is Dr. Hornak is the motivation behind the communication with those schools. So he might be able to answer, our goal is to sustain or increase the share time FTE. As we have shared, some of our partnerships were dropped for various reasons. I don't foresee anything in the future why we would drop more. I feel like they're pleased with the work that HR has completed. Holly has done an amazing job of picking up a big bulk of this work. I would hope that we don't reduce further, Mr. Perry. And I don't know, Dr. Ryan, if you want to speak to the relationship with the schools.
Mark, I think, in general, we have stabilized. We did take a decent hit last year when we lost several of our share time partner schools. To that end, our level of service, I think, from our feedback is being acknowledged as something that they appreciate.
Okay. But am I right? I thought that enrollment figure we thought would go down even more, or is that where we thought it would be?
Holly?
Well, so where you see the share time FTE, that's really body counts. So we had 644 shared time bodies last year, and now we have 396 bodies. If you're talking FTE, which is the actual money piece to it, it was 177.97 last year, and this year it is 57.59.
Okay, that explains it. I thought those numbers were different because I was thinking of FTEs, not the body.
FTE is the what we get in our monies. That's where your dollars are going to come from.
Right.
Good,
Okay.
good clarification. Yeah, so we're down 120 shared time FTE, it seems.
Correct.
Yeah. Which makes sense because we lost 4 schools.
Any other enrollment questions? All right. So moving into the academic portion of our presentation, there was a group that met today to discuss, per the state requirement, that we have another round of assessments. We will do our winter benchmarking in January for kindergarten through 8th grade students. So we will have data to show you as far as these percentages and what growth we can see with students. I know some of the bigger questions on everyone's mind right now isn't necessarily our benchmarking data, although we want to see the growth for students on those assessments. The bigger questions that we're facing right now and that are giving me heartburn and keeping me up at night is more about our failure rates and how we're handling some of the data coming out of the high school. So just to let you guys know, and reflecting on some of the feedback that Paige had shared, and Steve will share with you some of the survey results from students. The conversations that I'm having with the teacher leaders at the high school, I continue to note their commitment to getting kids where they need to be. And I think everyone's agonizing a little bit over how to handle this really unusual circumstance moving forward. We've had conversations about grade book policies and late work policies and all the things that come up when people are faced with an uncertain situation with student failures. So I know letters went home, I believe today or yesterday, to communicate with families. I think you all probably saw what we sent home digitally, the orange and blue flyer there on the slide. Went home to families in October. So this conversation, this concern, that's not just today. We've been looking at this information, and Power School has a feature that Skyward didn't, that lets me run a grade distribution report every day for all classes at the high school and junior high. I try not to run it every day and obsess over it, but I am very interested to see what happens with those numbers. So we are paying close attention to those numbers and working with teachers on what they're noticing and what we can do. This isn't easy for anyone, and the level of stress I'm feeling from my teachers is pretty high. We are talking about the causal theories. What are our anticipated reasons that we're seeing the failure rates where they are? Several teacher leaders, when I was having this conversation with them, said if the board was interested, the subcommittee, the curriculum subcommittee, I have teachers who'd be, and counselors who are willing to and interested in meeting with you to discuss kind of the inner workings of what's happening right now and give you, I think, probably a better in the trenches perspective than I can relay. So I just wanted you to know it's on our minds, and we're talking about it and discussing short-term and long-term responses. So I don't have any specific information I can give you right now as far as an action plan. There's still a lot up in the air. I mean, you already know some of the things as far as canceling final exams and trying to provide more time for students to remediate learning. I think most of you are aware that we've reduced the number of learning targets in all of our courses to try to make it more manageable for students and teachers online. I do have teachers who are sharing they're feeling a little more positive. They're starting to see some of the work come in that they need in order to give students feedback. But I just want to let you know, it's a conversation we're having, and I'm hearing it all the time, and it's just a really tough situation. Questions or thoughts on that?
Jessica, would those teachers be willing to meet with the committee of the whole in January?
Sure. I mean, I can ask them. I can't speak for them, but I think there's quite a few who feel very passionate about what they're doing to support kids, and they would absolutely be willing to talk with you.
Yeah, because I think that this whole board would be interested.
Okay.
And failing that, I mean, we do have a curriculum committee. This seems like a pretty natural place for that committee to step in.
Yeah.
I'm also more than happy to meet with them, even if we don't go to the level of the full board, but I would be happy to meet with them.
I'm open to whatever the board would like. I'd be happy to coordinate that.
You know, and I'm just at a different level. I'm seeing a lot of the same things they're seeing. I mean, just failure to turn in work. And I just got yesterday and today like 30 assignments from one person over the whole. So it's like where they'd kind of dropped off at week 2. So I'm feeling some of the same frustration. So even if it's just therapy, it would be nice to talk to them and bounce ideas off of them.
Just let me know, Mr. Perry.
Okay,
happy.
Thanks.
Yep.
All right. This is a continuous slide that you guys see every month as part of our extended COVID template. And it's our attendance. And I want to just kind of reiterate something I said before is, you know, how we are taking attendance is very, very different than how we take attendance in the face-to-face brick and mortar. So it's really, really difficult to compare averages or look at trends or historical data because it's just very, very different. So on the slide in front of you, you will see where we were for the month of November, keeping in mind that, you know, attendance is taken one time a day. They could pop into a Google Meet, do a few activities, and possibly not re-engage for the rest of the day. That's a possibility. So I caution us with our averages. What we did add on both slides, and this one you'll see that you asked, what did it look like last year? And so with our attendance procedures in the brick and mortar, you'll see what the building averages look like in 2019. So I would like to kind of share 2 quick, well, it's actually one story, but they're very similar. So Jess and I take opportunities to meet with our principals one-on-one throughout the month. And in the last couple of meetings with the principals I've met with, we've specifically talked about attendance. And we looked at our attendance data the last couple of years with our 5, 7, 9, 10, kind of the procedures we had in place with our supports. And then we looked at this year, the number of kids that would qualify for truancy, missing 15 days or more. And what I would like to share is that the buildings that I spoke with, the truancy has almost doubled. So even though this data looks really good, what I'm saying to you is we have some students that we're really struggling to engage every day in our remote learning. I mean, we have phone calls, emails. I have staff and principals doing porch visits or drive-bys trying to, I mean, they're doing everything they possibly can, and we're still really struggling how to break down some of those barriers to support our kiddos that are struggling to make it each day. I have great success stories of teachers and administrators going above and beyond, but it's a real struggle. And we do have some students that are missing a lot of days. So I don't want this data to be misleading. Like there are a lot of great things, but also, again, we have students struggling. And if you move to the next slide, you'll see very similar.
Can I ask you a question about the truancy?
Sure, absolutely.
Do you, where are you seeing that equally spread across all grade levels? Do you see that more at the secondary? What does the truancy specifically look like?
So I will speak to, like, for example, I'm going to say ish numbers because I don't have it right in front of me. So let's say, for example, a 5-6 building has 42 kids that have missed 15 days or more at this point. And I want to remind you, Ms. Sutton, that is checking in some point during the day. That's not like being there all day. I would say that that number is real, 39, 42 are some of the numbers I've heard. And what the conversation has been is, you know, at that point, we're supposed to be triggering a truancy letter where we pull in, we're trying to find alternative ways besides that truancy letter, because that's not going to change and that's not going to make the difference. So a real good example is a principal and their dean of students. They drove and met a parent at 5 o'clock at night on the porch to help distance teach them how to help their student work through a Google Classroom. So, you know, we know that the letters are not working at this point. They might bring awareness, but we got to do some other things. So I can speak for TK6. It's very similar across the board with the number of students we're concerned about.
I'm sorry, Amy, did you want to say something?
Well, Jessica, can you speak to the secondary level of truancy?
Sure. We, as far as who we're referring to truancy, it's a pretty small number. The only data point I have in my head off the top of my head is the seniors. I had a small list of probably 15 students, and it was, and Holly can speak to this a little bit too, we hadn't heard from them yet this year. So typically we would drop them because it's inaccurate data to report to the state that they're still our students when we haven't heard from them in so long. But it's that level of inability to contact a student that is leading to truancy. We've at this point, the bar to refer to truancy, we've adjusted it because so many kids we're just having trouble getting them to engage in school for a lot of different reasons that we don't necessarily think referring to truancy is going to solve.
So I guess that leads to my question is how many of these students that we're calling truant just can't get on the internet for whatever reason? They don't have access. So it's not necessarily a barrier to the willingness to come to school. It's a barrier to the actual ability to come to school in an online environment. There's got to be some percentage of those students who just can't get on a computer or can't get on the internet.
There's been a case by case, and I just want you to know, just for reference, that there's at the high school, several of our administrators kind of assign students, and they call, and if the students need a computer, we get them a computer. If they don't have internet, we get them a hotspot. If they don't have a quiet space to work, we have, up until this recent closure, had Wi-Fi labs, and we work with the kids to try to get them there. If they don't have transportation, there's just a lot of unique problem solving because every family has their own unique ways that they need support. So you're not wrong, Rob, in that some families do need that hardware or software support, but there's a lot of needs, and that's kind of what we're discovering is each family has unique circumstances. And
are you seeing truancy clusters by family? In other words, if one student in the family is truant, do you see more students in the family truant? I would expect that pattern exists.
There are some families where that exists. There's not very many, honestly. There are some though. What I was thinking when you had said that is we see more senior year because and this is the case remote or not, there's a group of students that find an alternate pathway. They're behind enough in credits. Sometimes they do enroll in our HSDCI programs or other pathways that we have. But we didn't see that enrollment this year. Some of them will go on to other programs to get their diploma, or they'll just get a job. And that, I mean, that's what I'm hearing too, is that students are working right now. So there's a lot of complex reasons we're not seeing kids. And I think that's why we've been a little different with the way the attendance letters and truancy at the secondary level, because we know there's a lot more circumstances around why we're not seeing kids than typically. And Holly, you know, is much more about that than I do.
And I think, as Jess mentioned, I think I've heard from the building principals a sense of urgency when it's safe to get the Wi-Fi lab space back open, because a lot of the students that were calling in that truancy, Dr. Hallgren, were the ones also accessing the Wi-Fi lab, like Jess talked about.
Yeah, I just think this isn't, I mean, this, we knew it was going to happen, but this is an example of the equity issues in the district. Is that some people were not going to have a problem with this, and some people were, and we're just magnifying this issue with the system. And we don't have I mean, it was what we were given, right? And I know everyone's doing their best, but I think it's just really showing that equity to access to, you know, infrastructure, et cetera, divide that's existing in Holt.
Yeah, I know that. I think I'm pretty close to the number. I think we've deployed about 135 hotspots to support that access. I don't think that's knocking down all the barriers, but we do have 135 of them out there floating, hopefully supporting students, right? That's where they're at, so.
Well, some of the barrier isn't just having the technology. Some of it is having the technical skills and in the education, et cetera, you know, because you need to have a certain level of baseline knowledge about how the internet works to even get on the internet. So this might be more than just technology.
I've seen Holly about to say something a couple of times. I just want to make sure we aren't missing anything.
That's okay. I just, I wanted to say too, at the high school level, when it comes to truancy, they are working on those truancy letters and trying to get those kids out. And when Jess mentioned the seniors that we kind of sat on, in the past, if they don't show up, they would have been dropped for attendance. But we know that during this time, it might be because of pandemic. They might, there's other reasons why they aren't. So we haven't dropped those kids until we can try to find out why or what's going on with them before we actually withdraw them from our system. So that's why those 15 or so kids have still been there, because we as a staff and are trying to connect with them and see what we can do to get them to engage. The other thing, when it comes to the high school, our county has one truancy officer, and there's no way that she can ever hit all of the truancies within our county. So at high school, what happens is the court, they still want us to follow through with truancy letters and those types of things, but the truancy court will not take on those students at that higher level. They will try to do with letters and that type of thing, but they won't pursue like they would for a kindergartner or a first grader or a second grader. They stop at like age 16, and they just don't pursue those kids heavily from the court system. So that's another dilemma that happens when we do our truancy letters too. But we do them because that's our responsibility as a district. We do still need to send those letters out and let parents know and try to work with those families. But the courts won't touch those kids that are at that older age.
I'm just curious about that overlap of the failing students and the truancy, and I'm just wondering how that all comes together, and what's the chicken and what's the egg. And I understand that we want to get students where they need to be. I also believe we need to meet them where they're at. And I just want to make sure we're not sacrificing one for the other.
One of the things I want to know is, what are we going to do about it? When I was going to say if, but I'm going to say when we get back to normal, how are we going to catch some of these students back up, right? The ones that lost 9 months or whatever of education. Did they repeat a grade? Did they get extra resources in the next grade? How are we going to do this? And I know I know that's in the back of everyone's minds, but at some point we need to put it near the front of our planning.
Holly, is there a way that we could deputize some staff to go to houses to check on them for the truancy officer, or with other administrators or other staff? Some staff members that have extra time. I'm not sure who that is right now, but is that something that we can think about?
I think that's a great point, Jen. And I guess I'll reiterate, is right now we do have staff going to houses. And I can't, every time I get on the Dean of Students meeting or I talk to Jess about the counselors or the building principals, I mean, I think yes, can we deploy more people to probably help? We can look at that, but I don't want to mislead that we don't have people doing that already, because I know they are, but I don't know. It's a good point.
Just maybe like the paras that actually know the students in that specific building. Just a thought. I mean, I can help too.
Yeah.
And
and I think that's what we heard from Ms. Thompson, right? I mean, she mentioned the check-in and whatnot. So somewhere, there's got to be individuals out there that we're not checking with. Not saying that, Steve, that you guys aren't doing a great job, but I agree with Jen is, if whatever we can do, especially with that senior class, to get them through to the end, we should think creatively and deploy whatever we can.
I also wonder if there isn't, and I guess I don't know what this process looks like, but I wonder if there isn't a way to connect with students first before we ask them to engage in class, right? So if I haven't logged in all year, right, that feels overwhelming for me and for my teacher, right? And I'm just wondering if, and maybe this is happening, but I just wonder if our counselors or other individuals could maybe help students like set a plan and talk about maybe what obstacles they're struggling with, and like maybe work up to actually coming to class, because I suspect that there are some students who have anxiety and fear about not being able to make up for that lost time. And I just wonder if there's a way we can support them and help them creatively make a plan. And I don't know what that looks like. I'm just wondering if that is too much of a hurdle to overcome to just show up to class one day.
Sure. Especially as we get towards the end of the semester.
Right, like this is everyone's nightmare, right? Like it's the whole, we're all the way to the end of the semester and I've never been to class. That's everyone's lifetime nightmare, and it's real for some kids.
Showed up to the final and it's in a totally different language.
Yes. And they don't know what procedures are. They don't, I mean, really and truly. And I've dipped a toe in the trenches. So I know this is really, really hard. I'm just wondering if there's things like that we can do to help them understand that we're going to try to work with them before we just plunk them back in their normal class and expect them to tread water.
And I know it's down the road and we don't know what spring semester or what fall semester, how it will end. Like there's still, time. And I am thankful that several years ago we adopted that replace, retake practice at the high school. It kind of holds kids harmless for a failing grade. And that was, at the time, I never thought we'd be leaning on that during a pandemic, but it does mean that students who do end up failing in class, for those of you that are new to the board, if they retake the class, the failing grade doesn't calculate into their GPA, the new grade does. So it does. I think the research we'd read on that at the time was for students who were struggling and got buried in some failing classes. They just felt like it was hopeless, that their GPA was too low and they weren't able to bring it back up to do what they wanted to do. And that's just a whole side note, but I'm I'm thankful we at least have that to lean on. And in addition to thinking about just the stress of it's the end of the semester and there's kids who need classes, and I'm also concerned when we do bring back students face to face. I think that's going to add a whole nother layer of anxiety for kids who've been disengaged to now have to re-engage in this way. It's just a lot. It's going to be a very mentally taxing transition. So I think we've got still quite a bit of planning and adjusting and conversations ahead of us around this. What I can say though is every adult I've talked to about this has the same goal, and that's to get these kids successful and feeling successful and feeling hopeful and happy. Like that's where we all are. I think there's a lot of people really committed to how are we gonna make that happen.
Thank you.
Which that kind of transitions us to the next part of the conversation, which is when and how do we get our students back in the buildings? And I think we all, in the conversations we've had, have been very committed to doing that safely. So that's something that I've heard over and over. That's something we're committed to. Is we are struggling with remote learning in all the ways that everybody's struggling with remote learning. But at the same time, we don't want to throw in the towel and say, we'll just bring them all back, because we also want to keep our kids healthy and safe and keep our staff healthy and safe. So we've been working on creating a metrics dashboard so that we can lean on the science and the quantifiable data around how do we decide when and if to bring people back into the building. So I think some of you have seen this particular document. It is borrowed heavily from Ann Arbor Public Schools. So shout out to Ann Arbor for making our lives a little easier by sharing this with me in Canva, so I could just make a few changes instead of having to build from scratch. But this set of data is for your consideration tonight. I'm going to go through it a little bit with you, but we are going to ask for a board vote to adopt these metrics as the metrics we will use in making our recommendation to bring students back. I've also uploaded, with the help of the tech department, the last 3 weeks worth of this data to our website. The link is on this page. I just uploaded the most recent one today, but it's under the reopening badge on our landing page. When you click on that badge, you'll see something that says reopening plans and metrics. When you click on that, you'll get each week a new PDF with the current data. And that way the public can see our data, you guys can see our data. We're trying to keep everything as transparent as possible for how we're making these decisions. I would like to clarify that these data points are the ones identified by the health department, the CDC, for how we are gauging the spread and severity of COVID in our community. The buckets for how the data is organized as far as low, the levels A, B, C, D, E, red, orange, yellow, green. Those buckets are not determined by Holt Public Schools or Ann Arbor. Those buckets are determined by the health professionals. The two websites I use most frequently to update the data are My Safe Start Map and COVID Act Now. Those two sites have updated daily data as well as 7 and 14-day rolling averages, and they are organized so that the data tells you which level you're at. Your level C, your level orange. So these are the data points that seem to be the ones driving many of the districts around us in these decisions. You'll also notice for each metric, there's an aim and there's a consider. The aim is where everyone wants to be. It's the lowest, best data point with the health metrics. The consider is close. And so those are the two data points that Ann Arbor was using that we adapted to our data points. So you can see what this looks like in action. This top box here shows where we are. I updated this. The one in your packet is December 4th. The one on your screen right now is December 11th. I just wanted to give you the most updated data. Still not looking real good, I'm going to be honest. We have been in talks with the Holt Education Association as well as other groups around how we will use this data to guide our decisions. I think people do find comfort in knowing that we're using the data to be as objective as we can when we bring people back. The line graphs at the bottom of the page here, those show you where we've been and how we may or may not be progressing towards that aim and consider threshold. Right now, with 2 of our data points, we're headed in the right direction. One of them still not real great, but we're getting there. So what we're keeping in mind though is that we're looking for those data points to hold for 14 days. I know our hospitals are still fairly overwhelmed. We're not sure what we're going to see out of holiday gatherings. So it isn't just hitting the data point for one day, but really trying to have a consistent sense that we're in a good spot as a county. The other thing that's important about our data to consider too is that our region includes Eaton County, and one of our schools is in Eaton County. So in looking at these metrics, we are not just thinking about Ingham County, but we're also looking at our region for if those numbers are looking palatable as well. Any questions on the data itself? All right, so how we're going to use it, I've spoken to some of these already, but just to clarify, we want to make visible to the community what this data looks like for us. So they'll be housed under that transparency badge or the reopening badge, sorry. That we will be using this data to co-construct a guidance document. We've already started with the HEA. That will then be shared with principals and directors regarding how we will bring students back into the district. We'll review those data points monthly, and those will weigh heavily into the recommendation that we bring to you for staying remote or bringing students back face to face. Of course, the data is the data. I'm sure many of you are thinking all the time about what's the data mean, how do we use it. Things change with the data too. I had just found out, I believe last week, that you now in some places need a doctor's note to get a COVID test, whereas before there were long lines for free tests. That's going to change the percent positives that we see. So, you know, the data fluctuates based on the circumstances around which it's gathered, and we want to be thoughtful about that as we make decisions as well. Finally, we need to consider our staffing levels as well as guidance from state officials when making the decision to return. So at this point, I'm open up to questions, and I would like to ask the board to consider adopting these metrics for the district to use in deciding in-person instruction.
I'm not sure. I got a question and a comment, I guess. Does the data look like we're on track for we had indicated we weren't going to open prior to, I don't remember exact date, January 11th. Are we on track? Are we on track to be pushing back? What do you think at this point? Personally, it feels to me like we're on track to be pushing it back a little bit, but I don't know what you're thinking.
On slide 17, we will make our formal recommendation, but you are correct, Dr. Halgren, that we are recommending to push back a little farther, that the data is still too far out with most of it in the critical /E category, that we felt the data is in pushing us to wait a little longer.
Okay, my comment involves me putting my biology teacher hat on, and I know that probably I'm preaching to the choir here, but just for the general public, it's really exciting that we have some new vaccines for this disease, but I want to caution people that getting the shot is not the answer, right? It's getting the shot and getting the second shot, and it's going to be a month before you have full protection. So it isn't the vaccine is going to make all this stuff go away, assuming everybody does get vaccinated. I mean, we'll make it go away eventually, but we have to be careful that we don't get our hopes up that, just getting the shot, you walking into a crowded bar with all your friends the next day, that's not your best option. You got 31 days till you're fully protected. So
this is certainly a practice in patience. I think we all felt some optimism around the vaccines being available, and that seems like an aim for our community to get vaccinated. But you're right, it's going to take time, and how much time to become vaccinated enough to bring, for that to be the measure, it's going to be a while.
Yep, just basic immunology says, basically 10 days after that second shot is when you're at minimum 10 days, 10 to 14 days after that second shot, that's going to be your peak protection. So just give it patience.
And Rob, have you heard, I've heard news reports say about like when the vaccine would even be readily available to the larger community outside of, healthcare workers and nursing homes, and they're talking about it not being readily available to the public till
I heard March,
late,
late March.
yeah, late spring, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I heard too, but we can all hope that we have Pfizer like right in our backyard in Kalamazoo. Maybe we'll get a break and they'll give us some extra ones, but yeah, no, it's going to be a while before everybody gets a chance to get the shots. Okay, I'm done preaching.
Any other
I just-
questions? Oh,
I
sorry.
just want to say that when I know we talk about how dire some of our data is, and I just want us to be careful about equating that with remote instruction, because I think it's much more complex than that. And I don't know if you all have looked at districts that have not been full remote, but like Steve said in one of his slides, we are in the midst of a pandemic, and it does affect student success and outcomes, and remote or in person is one part of that, but it's not everything. So I know the thought of prolonging remote learning might seem to some people that's us accepting these numbers, but I just want to make sure that the public understands going in person is not going to be the cure to to all of these issues, that people are struggling with a lot of concerns and a lot of fears and anxieties, and whether we're remote or in person, a lot of those things exist regardless. And so my hope is that if we have this plan of prolonging for a short period of time, that we can continue to explore how we can best support our students where they're at, regardless of the method of instruction.
Absolutely. There won't be a day where this goes back to normal. Like there won't be a day where it just is pre-COVID school. Like we know going forward, things won't be the same. Whenever we bring the students back, will be a whole nother learning curve of what does in-person look like now that we've gone through this, and how do we get kids comfortable and feeling safe in school. And I think that's a really good point, that the answer isn't go in person, everything will get better. It's just a whole nother leg of this journey. And it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint.
Thank you.
Oh, and I hope I don't have to say this too many more times, but I'm going to do my customary thanking you, Jessica and Steve, and all the rest of the team for rolling with these punches and putting all this data together for us, and doing all the things you're doing every day. You're working, your jobs have changed a lot in the last year, and I just want to give you my thanks for all your hard work.
That we will continue to persevere if we can get, we're trying to get the kids where they need to be, and that's the dedication. It's like a tunnel vision, right? What do we need to do for the kids and the staff? Like we can do this.
Take a few minutes a day for yourselves, though. Don't forget.
Not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to a couple weeks with my family here with the holiday break. Like we're counting down. So if you all are comfortable with these, what I consider fairly universally vetted health metrics, we did want to get your approval formally for them to use them in decision making. And I don't know if how you want to go about voting for that, if there's a process.
Jessica, if we could just hold off and do public comment and then come back to these.
Yep, that's
that
fine.
way, if there's
You wanna
something in
hold off.
public comment that we should consider, we can hear it.
And there will be two things we need voted on. If you want to just do them kind of at the same time at the end, that's fine.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. Then just to give you, I sent you a giant Excel spreadsheet, and goodness, that's very overwhelming. And I'm sorry that you got all that without a lot of analysis, but board packet was due and I just wanted you to have it in your hands. I did spend some time this weekend sorting all of the results from that in-person learning survey. And I wanted to, for any of the community listening, say thank you for everyone that filled it out. In the end, we had responses that equated to 3,253 students. That's a pretty good number for us as far as responses to a survey. So I appreciate all the people who filled it out. It was a long survey. I was, as always, very happy to see just the thoughtfulness and commitment from our families to, their kids and getting them a good education. So you can see on this one, I shared with you the pie chart of kind of the breakdown, the red and the orange both being return, the blue being stay remote. Those percentages, I was curious if it might look different at secondary than elementary, so I broke it down by building, and there's not a ton of difference. Interestingly, we did see some buildings with a lower percentage of students wanting to return. Hope in the junior high both being 63%. Versus like Diamonddale and Elliott being a 73 or 72%. As a district, still hovering around that 70% return rate. And I did email this data to our principals so they can continue to gather family feedback. There might be families who didn't get a chance to take the survey and they want to communicate to the principal their intentions. That's fine. We can continue to take the information. I did caution our principals that this was not a random sample. And for those of you that have worked with statistics, we've talked about this before, anytime you don't have a random sample, there's only so much stock you can put in the data. So this looks like 73% of Diamondale students would return based on the responses we got, but there was 150 students who didn't respond. And since we didn't have a random sample, we don't know if those 150 students would also respond the same way. So we're basically letting principals know, here's a snapshot of some data you might want to share with your leadership teams. Plan your protocols around having fairly full buildings, and then we can adapt based on the numbers that come in. So overall, I felt like the data was helpful in moving forward with designing specific safety and health protocols. We are working with a team, and the principals will be working with their buildings on entrance and exit protocols, what we will do for teachers escorting students to recess, things like that, for what the day will look like. We're getting into those details, and the numbers help us figure some of that stuff out. Do you have any questions on the in-person learning survey or how we will use that information?
I guess the one question I have, I think it's interesting that you combine the orange and the red together in those two columns. And so I guess, do we take that to mean that in whatever mode that looks like when we return, that strict health and safety guidelines will be consistently enforced? I mean, does that mean the recommended return to school roadmap protocol, or the highly recommended? Or, I mean, the fact that you combined, when you say students want to return to the building, that you've included in that category people who say only if there are strict health and safety guidelines that were consistently enforced. That is the plan?
That is absolutely the plan, and not just for our students and families who want that, but for our staff. So we're committed to the return to learn plan, and I should probably share that with you guys again soon because it's been updated. There's about 8 protocols attached within, all the way from what to happen if the student gets sick and to how we're going to enter the building. And I can share those with you guys so you can see a lot more of that detail. But our plan is to offer that red environment, the strict health and safety guidelines, which is why I included the orange, because they would be comfortable in that environment as well.
Right. I think that's fabulous. I just want to make sure that that's a really important piece, that we make sure that parents and community members and students and staff understand, is that that's our goal, to provide what I'm reading as strict health and safety guidelines that will be consistently enforced. That's great. Thank you.
And we're trying to be as transparent with what that means as possible, knowing that different buildings have different setups. They have classrooms that are different sizes. And we have been cognizant of that term. Strict health and safety guidelines can kind of be subjective. People might see that space looking different depending on their comfort level. So we're working with our building admin on how to be flexible with families. So if a family said they wanted to send their student and then change their mind. Like it turns out for some reason they're not comfortable, that we want to be able to design some procedures so that that student can go back into remote learning, stay with their teacher, and have that kind of fluidity built in. So we have that in mind too, that no matter what we say, there's just different visions for what it will be like, and we want to be able to honor what people are comfortable with, regardless of how it ends up.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions on the in-person learning survey, we also surveyed about the current learning environment.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Ms. Lopez forwarded on to you guys this morning or sent an email with the collection of our stakeholder feedback survey. So just a couple of things, some of our pillars that we wanted to keep in mind as we provided these surveys is, one is we wanted this survey to be adaptive, meaning that we wanted the questions to be flexible throughout the survey period. And also we wanted to make the results actionable so that we could do something with them, whether it's at an individual level, group level, or possibly building or district. And then the other piece is to assure that buildings, along with our different departments, have some flexibility to add questions. And so there is a strong possibility if you have students in multiple buildings, a couple of questions will look exactly the same. And then there'll be some in addition that the building principals, along with their leadership team, maybe wanted to ask. So I just kind of wanted to reference some of that with you. So as I share the results with you, these are the standard questions for our district. The first survey I'm going to talk about is the parent survey, and you again have the packet with you. The first question was exactly the same as our October survey, just how is remote learning going? And just some overarching observations. And again, as you have more time to go through this data, and if you have questions, please email, and Jess and I can respond. But some overarching observations is we had a decline in the number of parent responses, so it dropped by 40, which it would be nice to have that go up. But also, you know, I keep in mind the window, we are surveying a lot right now between the heat survey, the back to return face-to-face. And so lots of different surveys went out. Another observation is under for parent feedback, much better or better than expected. There was a small decline in the percentage there, went from 50% in the fall to 43. About what was expected from our parent feedback went up a few percent, and then much worse, it stayed the same. Now, whether it's the same kids are saying it stayed the same, or you know, as far as much worse, I don't know that. The building level will know that, but that percent stayed the same. And then the second question I think is really important, and I think it hits so many different points of what we've talked tonight about is how are you concerned? How concerned are you about your child's social and emotional health? You know, and that question, you know, that's been a big topic is the struggles our students are having with the social and emotional. And we had 1,498 parents respond. And as you look at the data, you will see the different percentages. Extremely concerned was about 6%. Very concerned was about 19%. And then it continues to go. And so I wanted to share with you a couple of things. This is, I believe, a survey question that is actionable as soon as you get the results in. And this is what I mean by that is there was some communication with our building principals of we should be looking at you need to look at your Excel spreadsheets, figure out who these parents are, and you need to make contact ASAP. Like this is an immediate response. And I know I got some feedback from building principals. Yes, we're doing that. We're deploying counselors or deans or teachers. You know, we need to see who these students are and make sure we're reaching out. And that was emphasized today from the office for our principals to act immediately. The other piece I want to share with you is, and I should have brought this earlier, is we partnered with the ISD through a 31N mental health grant. And so we have started to try to build into our systems, how do we use the ISD liaison that's supporting our district to support our mental health needs of our students. And Shalonda is the lady that's working with us, and she's amazing, and she has a team. She's met with the dean of students. She's met with the building principals. And so just to let you know, we're starting to reach out and find other ways to support at different levels for our students. But again, this question is really important. You know, they're all important, but this is one I feel like we needed to respond ASAP and not wait. So any questions with the parent survey? All right, let's move to the, let's do the staff survey. Oh,
Just kidding.
sorry, Jess. So the staff survey, we had two similar questions with the staff survey, and I know our building principals add an additional questions, but the first one was overall, and how is it going? As a staff member, we had a decrease in respondents of about 25, just to let you know that. But in regards to our data, it stayed pretty much the same. What I would like to highlight is though, for much better and better than expected, it went up 6% for our staff. And so, you know, as we know, there's lots of struggles going on with remote learning. I also think our teachers and our families are also getting into some routines as well. And I think that that's part of what this data reflects. One thing I do want to highlight is we had 3 responses that said it's much worse than expected. And so that will be something that we'll delve into further to figure out what do we need to support that staff member moving forward. So again, that is the benefit of having the buildings send out their Google survey from their own site, because then they can really delve into the individual results and support. And then the last one is overall, do you feel supported? Again, we had a decrease in respondents of about 31. The data overall stayed very, very similar. There's not much to highlight different from October to December. So any other questions with the staff? And I want to remind staff is not just classroom teachers. This is transportation, paras, food service. This is as many people as we can capture in our district. So. All right, then the last one is the student survey. And this is one that I'm really excited. This was something that was brought forth in October. We need to do a better job of getting our students to respond. And I'm gonna do a shout out to the high school. They rocked with the student responses. I don't know if they made them during class or what they did, but it really, really increased. So I appreciate that. Our responses for question 1 went up by 451 student responses. And so I think that is a better representation of our students. What you will see is that when we ask them, how's it going? About a decrease by 12% for much better and better. About what was expected went up 4%, and not as good or much worse went up 8% about so many kids. So again, this is where we can dig into the individual responses. And then the last question is overall, I feel I've been given the workload, and you'll see we had 1,087 responses. We had an increase of responses, and the data stayed pretty static. It did not change either way. It went down 2% in just the right amount. The other 2 open-ended questions that the students had a chance to respond to, that the building principals are looking at, is what is best about remote learning? What do you least like about remote learning? So very open-ended, trying to just get some more voice and feedback from all our levels. And so that is 2 additional questions that I did not document here, but they have at their building. Then on the last page, you will see a summary of the action steps that buildings took with their data from October. And they will be going through the same process with this December data. After they get back from the new year, they'll look at their leadership teams that first week. A lot of them meet, and they'll continue to form some action steps to address this data. So with that, are there any questions?
A lot of data, Mr. Nutzel.
Again, I apologize for getting it to you late. I blame Jessica.
Nice, sound like my kids.
Yeah.
All right. That is the gist of what we have to share with you of new information. We did attach our transition plan. That's the next slide here. But prior to moving on to the transition plan, we wanted to formally recommend staying with remote instruction with no earlier of a start date for in-mass, in-person instruction, or bringing all students back no earlier than February 16th for TK6 and February 22nd for 712. That's right around, I believe, President's Day weekend. I believe we have a 4-day weekend in there. We will, in the meantime, when the metrics indicate it is safe to do so, resume small group and individual instruction, including those Wi-Fi labs, based on the safety of doing so. So we recommend the decision be based both on the adopted metrics with consideration of staffing levels as well. And I believe prior to the vote, we were going to have public comment based on what Mr. Perry had said.
Yeah, so we'll need public comment. So I'll open up public comment. And for anybody that would like to address the board, this is your time to do so. But keep in mind that this period of time is only restricted to our return to learn plan. And this is not a dialogue between yourself and the board. There is a 5-minute time limitation per speaker. We ask that you be courteous. And again, please do not use any employee names or student names. So with that, Kevin, I don't know if we have anybody that's raising their hands or would like to speak at this time.
Yes, Mr. President, there are 2 individuals.
Now 3.
Here we go.
Now 4.
Kevin, if you.
Aaron Myers.
Yes.
After listening just to the conversations tonight and with some of the work that I do at the hospital, I realize you guys have some very tough decisions and you're faced with a lot of problems that you're not used to, like the number and truancy, but I do feel like the surveys, although they're, it's not a randomized survey, you do have a lot of feedback from the engaged families in the district who really, really want their kids back in person. And I feel like making a determination now to push it back to February is ignoring the data that you're basing the whole premise on, because things change as we go. And if all of the numbers change and we start to see some promise with vaccines and some of the closures that we've done, we've now delayed a decision to go back in person based on today's data and today's information. And it looks like February 16th. I mean, that's 2 months away. I just think that's not the best decision for our families and our kids. My family, we're both essential workers and we really are struggling to make it work for our kids. And I think that the data that you shared tonight from the surveys shows that we're not alone with that. So I'd just like you to consider, although things look the way they do now, like you said, some of the metrics are trending up, to make a decision today based on 2 months from now, I think is not in the best interest of our families.
Thank you.
Robert Dozier.
Yeah, good evening. Hoping that everyone can hear me. And going back to the in-person learning survey, with the 68% wanting to return, I'm speaking from a heat perspective right now. We are a 60-40 school district as far as numbers are concerned. That 68%, I would like to know, like, what type of data do we have about those? Can we split that or know the ethnicities of those families, right, within that? And I say that because as of November 20th, 2020, minorities are still dying at the highest rates from COVID. And I would ask that the board and everyone take that into consideration as well when we talk about returning to school. You said my name, so it's kind of hard to look over the fact that I'm an employee, but I'm also a parent of a student that will be coming there, excuse me. So therefore, from a heat perspective, are we looking at all who are the families that want to come back, and are we going to take that into consideration as well? And I'm just hoping that we will from a heat perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Brandy.
Good evening. I just wanted to, without of course mentioning names, we have just had a phenomenal experience in remote learning. I've said it before, my son happens to be on a IEP, so he is on a caseload. His case manager every single morning is on with his caseload students at 8:15. He is there for support. He is there for chatting. The kids chat amongst themselves. It's excellent. He checks in. Well, I kind of gave it away, but the staff member checks in daily. Now it's the student's choice to get on, but I will tell you there are quite a few that get on every single morning. Every morning. And he asks, what do you need help with? How can I support you? What struggles do you have? Do you need to talk to me one-on-one? So maybe if all case managers, or we have parapros that can get small groups going in the morning in that 8 o'clock time frame for the high school students when they're not in class, and just getting conversations going. Sometimes that's all it takes. It just takes knowing that somebody cares about these kids, and just those small conversations, just those little doors being opened might help some students. And my son loves it. He loves it. He gets out of bed every morning eager to get on at 8 o'clock and talk with him. They talk about sports. They talk, it's not all school. It's just conversation. And that administrative staff knows, he's engaging with the students, and he can get a sense from that engagement on how things are going. So maybe that would help open the door for some students that someone is reaching out to me, and he's been phenomenal. Just I can't say enough things about him. And same with my son's teachers. They are engaging, they're reaching out, they're offering help. What can I do? Turn in your late work, like I won't take points off. They're trying their hardest to engage these students. And I know that not everybody is having the same experience, but the experience that we're having with the staff members, that the teachers that my son has been absolutely top notch. Absolutely. These teachers are doing everything they can. And I praise you guys. Jessica, this stuff that you've put out tonight is amazing. I have been following Ann Arbor's plan since the beginning, because they've kind of put this on their website early on, these matrix, and how they were tracking when people were going to go back to in person. And so This stuff is fabulous. I think it's great. It's transparent. Parents will know that the board is not just flying by the seat of their pants deciding if we're going back today or tomorrow. If we hit these matrix and these matrix say it's safe, then we will open. I mean, it's black or white, basically. We hit these matrix, we open, we don't, we don't. So I commend you. This is difficult, but the hospital is not in any better position really today than it was at the last board meeting. So we have staff going down every day. I think today we were out 120. So it's scary. It's really scary. Yes, the numbers are trending down, so we're excited about that, but the critically ill that we're seeing coming in are much worse, and our death rate is much higher than it was in the beginning. So it's still, we're not out of the woods, and I commend you for taking the actions that you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Morgan.
Good evening. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for everything you have done and are continuing to do to keep our students and our staff safe. And I would like to express my personal confidence that you will continue to do what is best for our learning community. I implore you to not only consider family desires, but continue to look at the science and that data. It's all important data. No one wants kids back in the buildings more than I do. I am a staff member. I'm not going to hide that. I miss the kids desperately. Any of you who know me know how much our kids mean to me. I want to be back with them in the worst kind of way, but I would never, ever do anything to put any of them in harm's way. And if staying away from them is the best thing for them, then that's what I want to do. So thank you for everything you are doing. It's hard decisions to make. I know that. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I hope you all have very wonderful holidays. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else at this time that would like to address the board?
Tara Farhat.
Well, I want to thank all of you as well. I have a couple things. I work in a different part of the industry, and some of the facts that I've heard stated earlier by many people, I just want to question. So, I mean, one thing that as a parent of a child who has an immune disorder, you know, our government decided to put teachers above, you know, getting the vaccine first, above the priority of my child who has an autoimmune disorder. And I'm wondering, why would the government do that if it wasn't to get our students back in person? And, you know, with that being said, the vaccine is actually, I work for the pharmaceutical companies, and the first shot is actually 70% effective at week 2 and 92 to 97% effective at day 28 if taking the doses 2 weeks apart. Also, I mean, I'm a huge advocate for mental health, especially at the high school and junior high levels. And I heard it talked about by Steve Netzel and Jessica tonight, but I do think it's something that when we're weighing the benefits of what is best for our students, I don't think COVID-19 versus their mental health and their mental state is being weighed and publicly discussed enough. And I'd like to know if we have any data on how many students are alone for their daily learning in the high school and junior high level. And if we've looked into that percent of students, and if that percent is the failing percent, you know, due to the fact that they're alone while their parents are working and don't have anyone there to guide them. So that's just something I'd like to voice. I know we weren't supposed to directly ask questions, but that should be a question that we look at in the future, because I do think it's important for the mental health of our students at the high school and junior high levels.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else at this time that would like to address the board?
I see none, President Perry.
Okay. With that, I will close public comment section. And Jessica, as I understand it, we need 2 resolutions here, correct?
Right.
The first resolution is to approve the metrics.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve the metrics as presented.
I'll support.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion?
You don't anticipate there's going to be any, I mean, this is pretty standard metrics. You don't anticipate some new thing coming up in the next month that'll give you substantially more insight. This feels pretty comprehensive, right?
And looking at this data for about 5 months now, I haven't seen anything, but at this point, I mean, it's 2020, we're going into 2021, who knows what could come. If there was data that came out that was better, we would present it to you and make a different recommendation.
16 more days, 17 more days left in 2020.
Can't say what the future may hold anymore. But as of right now, this is the most solid, consistent data that the health community is recommending.
All right, if no additional discussion, Ms. Bureau, if we could do a roll call vote.
Roble,
Yes.
Dr. Leonard,
Yes.
Ms. Dalton,
Yes.
Ms. Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Bureau, yes. Dr. Helgren,
Yes.
and Mr. Perry.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. The second motion I would entertain is to approve the updated instructional plan, which, Jessica, you can correct me if I'm wrong, basically we're extending the online learning for another approximately 30 days.
Correct.
Jessica, can you just, I'm sorry, for me and for everyone, can you clarify that, what that February 16th and February 27th or 22nd date means? I guess my question is that that's the earliest date we might start, or that's when we're going to next review? Because it sounds like maybe there's some confusion out there about what that date means. So if suddenly everything turns around and all of our metrics are met, this is as soon as we can start, or we're not even going to review starting until these dates?
Per this decision tonight, we would not bring students back into the building until February 16th for TK6, February 22nd for 712. Part of that reason at this point is wanting to ensure that the buildings and the protocols are ready for that safe and consistent practices we discussed earlier. That in order to have those in place, there's quite a bit of rearranging of furniture, putting down of X's on tables, labeling entrances and exits. We've asked that our buildings be ready by January 19th. That starts to raise the question of staffing as well. I'm not sure if the community is aware that we have to take staffing into consideration as far as hiring people that maybe we don't have right now that we will need when students come back into the building. So even if we don't have students back until February 16th, we will be doing a lot of preparation through that point. And then of course, Ms. Dalton, the decision is ultimately the board decision. And should the data drastically change, should the state make a decision, at this point, I don't ever presume to know what may come in the next 8 weeks. There is always room for adjusting and being thoughtful about what the right decision is. At this point, based on the data we've looked at and those metrics, the trend lines, we want to be as honest with families as we can. Based on the data points that we've identified and the trend lines as they are, the soonest that we anticipate that being within a safe zone for return would be February 16th and 22nd.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And then just to follow up on that, what is the minimum time you need to have a go date? In other words, we say on January, then whatever our next board meeting is, January 11th or whenever it is, right? We say, oh no, we want to start as soon as possible. We want to get into the classroom. We want to go lightning fast. We want to be in there by February 1st. What is that not a reasonable ask? Is that month actually the time that you need to get ready?
We are preparing right now. So our hope would be that if circumstances arose in which we felt it would be safe to bring students in the building, that the turnaround time would be fairly quick. I can't give you a set number of days because we're all in different places with that preparation right now. But the hope would be that we'd be ready for if that data were to change.
And another thing that I noticed is on the surveys, they were asking about busing and whether you would need busing or not. Is that taken into consideration in this date? Are we offering busing on the 16th, or is this something we are opening on the 16th if and only if you can get your kids to school somehow?
We are really hopeful that we can provide all the services when we open that we provided prior to closure. That does, like I said, with staffing require having a full busing staff, and you guys know even prior to the closure that was difficult sometimes. So we would be working towards ensuring we have the staffing, the resources to provide all of the services, food service, transportation, custodial staff, all the things that we had done prior to closure. Is the hope. I mean, you know, that's the hope.
And Jessica, this wouldn't preclude us to also bringing back students with special needs or extenuating circumstances of kids that you know are really struggling. Those small groups, we could bring those back before this February 16th date, correct?
Correct. We have several. We have a guidance document we use internally for deciding small groups, and for the most part, we're waiting till January 11th. But we will begin looking at the metrics for those groups. So yes, we anticipate bringing back small groups of students, just like we were prior to this round of closures.
So to reiterate, it is possible for us to revisit this again in January to bring them back sooner than February 16th and February 22nd if we need to.
I think there's always a lot of flexibility in the future. One of the things we're trying to do for families is give them some decisions that they can build their routines around. So if they're looking for childcare, they're looking for transportation, those things. At this point, we are anticipating that we would stay remote through February based on the data, but that does not prevent the board from making a decision otherwise. And I anticipate that would be in collaboration with us and with the HEA and with all our stakeholder groups around what the data looks like and a feeling of comfort in wanting to go back to the building. So yeah, I mean, that's always a possibility. I think we all want to feel really optimistic that the data is going to get a lot better. So I don't want to shoot that down.
I guess I'll make the motion that we set our target date for in-person instruction to be February 16th for TK through 6 and February 22nd through grades 7 through 12.
I'll second.
I have a first and a second. Any additional discussion?
I'd just like to say, again, I would like to be optimistic as well. And I really do want to get, my kids, right? I've got kids in the district too. I want to get my kids into school, when it's safe, but I don't know, it's a hard decision and we have to have some planning in place. So we just have to, we're all doing the best we can.
I'm just wondering for the record, if we need that motion to specifically say that this is to extend the continuity of learning plan update? Or is that understood by what's been said?
I will gladly amend my motion to say that it's to extend the continuity of learning update.
Thanks for clarifying.
Any additional discussion? All right, Ms. Bureau, if we could do a roll call.
Dr. Leonard,
Yes.
Ms. Dalton,
Yes.
Ms. Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Bureau, yes. Dr. Halbern,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Roble,
Yes.
All right, with that, motion passes. One more item for curriculum.
Yes, and it's a very small item. Just typically this time of year, we do a first read of the course manuals for the junior high and high school. Due to circumstances, they've been unable to meet with their teams. We've not had PD this month, unusual month. And I wanted to give you a heads up that there will be no changes to the junior high that I know of, other than potentially trying to combine 2 9-week courses into a semester just for Power School accounting purposes. It wouldn't actually change the courses. And then high school, they are looking at adding an aviation course to 1 semester courses that will be added. Other than that, there won't be a lot of changes. So when I bring the manual to you in January, I'm going to look into if we can forego a first and second reading and just do a 1, since there's not many changes this year. We could still do a first and second. It would be January and February, just knowing that we're going into February with scheduling for the next school year already, as crazy as that is, and that we may actually start sharing information with students prior to the second read. So I just want to give you a heads up on that.
Would it be possible, Jessica, to prepare us a document that just has those changes in it so we don't have to plow through the whole thing to try to find the change sections?
I'll send you both 2020 or 21, 22 course manuals, the whole thing with the changes highlighted within it. And then I will also send you a cover sheet that has just the brief summary of what it is. And I'm hoping to have that too by Friday. So you'll actually have quite a bit of time to look at it prior to next month. And that's all for me.
All right, again, thanks, Jessica. Thanks, Steve. As Dr. Halgren mentioned, we know that these are hard times for both of you. Appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll move to section 6.3, the request to name the football stadium the Michael Smith Memorial Stadium. I believe I have this right in that this is you, Ms. Sadler.
Hi, yes, thank you for allowing us this time with you. I believe you all have the the written request that I submitted, but for the public, I was wondering if you would just want me to read that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
It is with great honor and full support from the Smith family that the athletic department submits this request to modify the name of the football stadium at Holt High School's main campus to the Michael Smith Memorial Stadium. As you are aware, Coach Mike Smith passed away on November 5th, 2020. Coach Smith was part of Holt High School's coaching staff from 1977 in multiple sports, including tennis, track, and football, all the way through 2008. He was hired as Holt varsity football head coach in 1994 and led the program for the next 14 years. Coach Smith's legacy at Holt and in the state of Michigan will live in the record books for eternity. His legendary career at Holt includes the following distinctions: 5 league titles, 2 district titles, 2 regional titles, the 1995 Michigan High School Athletic Association runner-up Division I in football. He was inducted into the Michigan High School Football Coaches Hall of Fame in 2010. He was inducted into Holt Ram Hall of Fame in 2013. And he is the winningest coach in Holt High School football history with an overall record of 96 wins and 48 losses. However, success on the field doesn't define Coach Smith, but rather the influence that he had, not just on his players, but his students, colleagues, and even his opponents. Coach Smith not only coached in our district, he also taught in many different Holt schools for more than 30 years, from 1977 through 2008. His guidance, mentorship, and friendship helped many in the Holt community throughout all the years. Coach Smith had the amazing ability to make everyone around him feel loved and cared about. When he asked how you were doing, they weren't just words. He listened intently for your response and often would follow up with you later. These sentiments are echoed in the video that I sent through our link that was included 21 testimonies from community members around the Mid-Michigan area, which included former students, student athletes, former colleagues, fellow coaches, opposing coaches, and important community members. The athletic department recognizes that having a facility named after someone at a school with as much history and tradition as Holt High School has is an incredibly rare recognition reserved for the absolute elite level leaders who have transformed this institution, not only on the field, but within the walls of the entire community. The athletic department feels strongly that Coach Mike Smith has earned this recognition. And I just on a personal note, I spoke about this in my league meeting with all the Capital Area Activities Center 19 area schools and had full support from all 19 area athletic directors in support of this recommendation. And that's just a testament to Coach Smith and how he touched not just Holt community, but every community that he visited. Knew who he was, and he left his mark everywhere he went, and it's that positive that positive mark that we want Holt to be. And I think if you talk to anybody that's been around Holt community, as I have, I'm a 1990 graduate, and if you just mention Coach Smith, it just leaves your heart happy. And I think that's just a testament to the relationships that he built in the community. And as you've heard, as you saw in the video that we prepared, that's what everybody said about Coach Smith. It's not just that he was a football coach. He built relationships with everybody that he had, and he remembered every little detail. As I said, I was a 1990 graduate, and every time that I saw him as a colleague, as another athletic director, he would bring up another story that I had forgotten about, that happened during my high school years, and just make me feel like I was, loved by him. And so that he is exactly what we want everyone to think about that Holt represents when they step onto our football field and in our football stadium. And that is just one of the many reasons why I feel very strongly about this recommendation. And I have also brought with me Chad Folk and Chris Smith and Mitch Zajac, who would also like to speak on this behalf. So I'll turn it over to Coach Folk.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to meet all of you yet. Hopefully we'll get to soon. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Chad Folk. Sitting next to me is my wife, Jamie, who is a wonderful fourth grade teacher here in the district. She and I are obviously both teach here. Our students, or our children go here. In fact, our children are 6th generation Holt Diamonddale students. In fact, we're the ones who messed it up and went to Sycamore. Other than that, every generation of our family had went to Diamonddale. So we've been around for a while. And I kind of take pride in being a little bit of a Holt historian. and knowing the people who have really impacted our town. And one of those people that comes to the front of all of those people, you know, that really built the culture of this community is Mike Smith. And it's not because of his football career, which was amazing, by the way. For those that you don't know, we usually only play 9 games a year, but he averaged winning 8 games a year for his 14 years that he was here. But like Mrs. Heather said, the way he made relationships, which, you know, our Heat team talks about that being their #1 goal. And the relationships that Mike made with not just his athletes, but the students in the hallway, not just the students in the hallway, but their parents and their parents' parents, and the guy at 7-Eleven and the guy at Browers, and wherever he went, he would meet people and they would instantly know that he cared about them. I can't think of times that we went on trips out of town to go scouting or whatever, and he would sit down and people would just open up and tell them their life story immediately. He's never known them before, but they felt like they could just talk to him forever. In our motto for our district, we talk about inspiring, and there's not someone I can think of that has, you know, Mike as an educator was here for 30 years. You know, that means he had over 12,000 students that he inspired just in his class. That's not counting the hallway. That's not counting the kid he just saw wherever. He inspired everybody. I can remember, there's so many stories of him inspiring, but one that stands out to me, and for me, really putting the foundation of the program that we run now is because of him. And it's all built on love. You know, you have some programs where they are built on fear and kids do this because they're afraid of losing something. Here, because of Mike, kids do it because they know they're loved. And nothing said that more than one time he was dealing with a kid who was struggling in school and he wasn't going to let them play. And the kid wasn't really sure, like, you know, he came from a household that wasn't ideal. And the kid said, well, why do I do school? I got other things to worry about at home and all this. And Mike simply said, it's because I love you. I want you to be successful in life and I want you to overcome all that stuff that you have going on. I love you and I want you to be good. And the kid kind of looked at him at first like he had 5 years coming out of his, like he had just had, and he kind of looked around, and then all of a sudden Mike's still staring at him, and the kid realized that Mike loved him, and the kid said, I'm sorry, I hadn't heard that in like 10 years. I love you too. And the kid did that, and the kid went on and he graduated from college, and the kid's successful now. But that's who he inspired. He inspired not only students that were on his team, but it's students in the hallway. He inspired random parents. He inspired everybody around them that they could do more than what everybody else expected from them. And they wanted to do it because somebody had expressed how much he loved them. And it could have been whatever obstacle was in their way. They ultimately felt confident that they could overcome that. And because of that, he's inspired more people than I can ever think of. The other thing is, for 15 years in the position of being the head football coach here, there's a lot of press going on, you know, and we get pushed onto TV quite often, and the spotlight is on him so often. And he was an ambassador of Holt, not just our football team, but our entire town for that 15 years that he was here. And some people, you know, when they come off on there, people might not like you because you're there. And we were pretty successful. And so some people might not like you because of that. Everybody loved Mike. Everybody in neighboring towns. I was talking to some Grand Ledge parents who are our rival. Even they, who don't necessarily like Holt people, but they have nothing to say bad about Mike Smith. In fact, they love Mike Smith, and he was on the Rivals head coach for so often. Mike always made Holt, and as he told me, my #1 job was to make him look good, right, as his assistant. But that was because his job was to make our district look good. And I can't think of anybody that did that more, and that shows so much in the videos. We know that you guys are so busy that instead of having to read 50, 60, 70 pages of people talking about how much Mike Smith inspired them, if we could put just short videos together to make it easier for you to understand who he was, because we understand that quite a few probably did not get to meet Mike since it was about 13 years ago since he was here. But when you look at the videos, you see people that were former athletic directors, former superintendents. We had earlier tonight with Tom Davis. You have teachers in the video talking about how he inspired not just people in his class, but people in the hallway. We have teachers that are here now today teaching because they want to inspire kids because of him. We have the former sheriff talking about how he inspired people. We have business owners around here that talk about how they were inspired by him. And local media people, people on the news that dealt with him often, and they just don't see a person like this in neighboring areas. Mike was just that much of a person. And to sum up my story, when someone asked me about Mike and I had to talk to him, I was talking to my wife about it, and she summed up Mike the best when she said that you knew Mike loved you. He just loved people. He didn't care where they had going on, where they were from, what it was. He just loved people. And because of that love, people were inspired by him. So, we're not expecting or thinking there might be a vote on this tonight, but we know that this is a huge decision because, like Mrs. Sadler said, this isn't something we take lightly. Me being here for so long and knowing the history of this town, having your name on something is a pretty special thing. And for us to even bring that to you means that Mike was a pretty special person. So we don't expect that there should be a necessarily a vote tonight, but just to give you some insight about who we're talking about here. And I think we have his son, his middle son, Chris, is here with us tonight, who has something for you as well.
Yeah, hi there. I'm one of Coach Smith's 3 kids, yeah, I just prepared us a little something I'd just like to read. And the first thing is I'd like to acknowledge and thank the board for giving me an opportunity to speak. Just you guys taking the time and considering naming Holt's football field after my father is a great honor. The passing of my dad has been the hardest thing that my family and I have gone through, and it gets a little better each day through talking, being there for each other, telling stories. Hearing people talk about them like this is great. My dad, Coach Smith, he was larger than life, and I was fortunate enough to see that through many realms. As an educator, I had him as a teacher, coached me in football, tennis, a friend, a grandfather, a father. I felt fortunate at a young age to see the lifelong impacts that he had made through people's lives. In the days that followed his passing, my family and I were just in awe of the outpouring of stories that people wanted to share with each other. And stories that my siblings and my mother had never even heard of before, stories that just left you amazed of just the caring and kindness that my father had. And like stories that, he didn't need anyone else to know. It was just out of the kindness of his heart. And people like that don't come along too often. For you to have an impact on just one person in a lifetime is a special thing. But someone who had impacted so many people on my father's level, they don't come that often. And not just in Holt, but across the mid-Michigan area. And that's no less than extraordinary. So I am humbled and honored for your consideration of naming the field after my father. There are a few ways that would carry on his legacy better. Thank you guys very much.
All right, and I think I'm last up. My name's Mitch Zajac. I haven't had the chance to meet many of you, but I know a couple of you. And I'm excited to say that what you have heard from Coach Falk and from Chris and from Renee, those aren't exaggerations. Those are, if anything, understatements for the man, the coach, the person, the teacher, the father figure, the community member that Coach Smith was, and his legacy will continue to be. I, like Coach Falk and the Smiths, have been around Holt for a long time. My family dates back into the 60s with my grandparents and my aunts and uncles graduating from Holt, my parents graduating from Holt, playing generations of football in the Mike Smith Holt football program. I did put a lot of this together for you in a letter, and as Coach Falk said, sometimes letters can get long and your eyes start to water. So I'm going to try and narrate them, the letter, as best as I can. But I do encourage you to both look at the letter for some of the specific details that really outline who Coach Smith was, not only to the whole community, but as Chris was saying, to communities all across Michigan. But then also to look at the attachment to the letter. As Chris said, right after Coach Smith's passing, one short Facebook post turned into hundreds of comments and hundreds of likes that something I've never seen. I've never gotten that many likes on a Facebook post of mine. And so I know it's all because it was about Coach Smith. And you'll see that it's from former students, former athletes, former colleagues, all the like, both in, again, the whole community and elsewhere. The impact that Coach Smith had on me really is much more broad than that of a football coach. I knew him before I ever played for him. I heard stories about him from my dad, who played for him back in the 70s. And after his passing, I learned a lot more, like Chris was saying, about the things that Coach Smith did for my dad, even to bring him along, to help him become the athlete that he was. But I like to think, knowing the two of them, the man that he is, he had an impact on me as a coach, as a mentor. I had the opportunity to work for him and with him at Eaton Rapids, and to see him in action, from the perspective of somebody who's working on his team as opposed to somebody who's playing for him or something of that nature. He really had the power and the ability to change communities. Eaton Rapids was a down and out football team, and not because of any crafty X's and O's, but because he brought a sense of inspiration, a sense of purpose, a sense of why to the community. And in that 3-4 year period that we were there, I believe because of him, they felt as though they were champions, not only on the football field or in the basketball court where they won the women's state championship, or on the track and field, but as the dean of students, where he interacted every day with different Johnnies and Joes and Susies and Sallys that had hard lives. Their lives weren't easy. And I'm really inspired, frankly, and I'm throwing my script a little bit out the window here, but listening to some of the comments from the board members today, just about what they envision Holt to be and how to address these different trying situations that we're a part of, and the idea of meeting students where they are and easing students back into the learning environment and giving them this sense or this feeling of being successful before you can ever expect them to be successful. That is Coach Smith. I have no doubt that the folks on the board that never had a chance to know Coach Smith would like him. I mean, you couldn't help but like him, but knowing the perspectives that you all have to the whole community, I'm even more assured of that. Just one quick quote that I want to read that I think really embodies the leadership of Coach Smith, and then I'll wrap it up and kick it back to Ms. Sadler. But I read from Simon Sinek, in the art of being a great leader, and starting with why. He describes empathy and leadership, and he says, empathy is a second by second, minute by minute service that we owe to everyone if we want to call ourselves a leader. Leadership is not a license to do less. It's a responsibility to do more. And that's the trouble. Leadership takes work. It takes time and energy. The effects are not always easily measured and they're not always immediate. It's always a commonality in a fight in humanity to be an empathetic leader. And I think that really sums up Coach Smith. You know, he's a big bear of a man. And, you know, he knew how to meet you where you were. You know, a guy like me that didn't necessarily struggle a lot coming up. Perhaps I got led with a little bit more force, but a guy that had a hard life or a girl that had a hard life, he met with empathy and compassion. And that, as Ms. Sadler said, and as Coach Falcon and Chris have said, I think is really what it means to be a Holt Ram. So, you know, logistically, as Coach Falk said, we don't necessarily view this as a request to vote right now. Certainly, if you want to, we're not going to stand up and stop you. But we did want to take this as an opportunity to introduce Coach Smith to those of you who did not know him. And we do see this as a necessary first step on really creating something bigger and brighter for the Holt football stadium and the Holt community, a point of pride for Holt and a point of memorial for those that knew Coach Smith. He was really the best of us, and this community will do a great service to a family and to a person and to many that came before all of us by creating a tribute to him in this way. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the hard work you all do in this 3-hour and a quarter meeting past 10 o'clock. But this is important work, and I'm glad to see that you all appreciate that. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Chad, Chris, and Mitch for sharing your thoughts and for helping to convey the athletic department's request for the naming of the stadium. And I just wanted to also let our board members know that there are, you know, the news programs after Coach Smith passed away, WILX, WLNS, and Lansing State Journal all did really remarkable tributes to Coach Smith. So if you wanted to Google that or contact me and I can send you those links because I have them. But it just, in some of those tributes, it went to just talk about how Coach Smith had an impact, not just in Holt, but a positive impact in other communities around mid-Michigan as well. And just some further information for your deliberation. If you so choose, just let me know, I'd be happy to. And we're here to answer any questions that you might have, if you so. Otherwise, I thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sadler. I don't know, board members, do you have any questions for Renee, Coach Falk, Mitch, or Chris tonight?
Chris, I just wanted to say thank you for being here, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and Ms. Sadler, thanks for bringing this request to name the football stadium after Coach Smith. As you know, we're working on a naming and sponsor guide simultaneously. So we'll get back with you as far as this request.
Thank you.
All right. And I think you got to stay on for one more section here. Okay.
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead.
So I think you have in front of you a request for new wrestling mats. In my request, I had submitted 4 proposals, and after reviewing all 4 companies' proposals, the athletic department is requesting or recommending the purchase from Resolite, and that is mostly based on their reputation and the quality of their product, and the fact that what they have is really represents what we currently have. So that's why we recommended the Resolite product. And I'm happy to answer any questions that any board members have.
Just had one question. There was it looks like a 3-year warranty on those mats. Is that pretty standard with all the mats, or, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty standard with all the companies. What Resolite also offered in addition to the warranty, is they have a reconditioning program that will help lengthen the life of the mats as well. And so that also has a 1-year warranty after that, after you recondition the mats as well.
Okay, so how often do you think you would recondition them?
Coach Granger, do you wanna, I mean, I don't think, it's been quite a while since we reconditioned the ones that we have.
Our current ones have never been reconditioned. That was one of the issues that came into with the water damage. We were able to, but the mats that the Resolite offers is probably the most durable mat out there for longevity, which is comparable to really what we have already. So that's what we're looking at is lifetime of using that mat. So a reconditioned mat, I mean, the argument might be from the salesman every 5 years. I could probably argue a little bit longer than that, unless there was some major damage to the mats or if they were broken somehow or, you know, mistreated.
Does this include the badging and whatever else they put on the mats, the colors and the logos and all that? That's all inclusive.
Correct.
And these are, you said they were reversible mats, right? So you can use either side. Right?
Yep, that's
Okay.
the benefit. They're practice mats on one side and competition mats on the other.
And that wasn't the same for all products, right? That was.
Correct. Correct. I think Resolite is the only company that does the double-sided mats.
Rocky, to be fair, do you have anything? I want to make sure that you have, if you have something to say, I want to make sure that you have an opportunity to do that as well.
Stan did a great job putting this stuff all together. Thank God he can use computers. Thank goodness my daughter's here with this. But it is, reconditioning was mentioned there. It usually about 5 years, but it can be longer than that before you need to recondition them. Depends on of course, the wear and tear and the abuse they do take. What was the other thing was just mentioned? It is used on both sides, which helps the longevity. And I can't think of anything offhand here. That's why I'm on here. If you got questions between Stan and I, we'll be able to answer them.
On a personal note, I have very fond memories of helping my father set up wrestling tournaments and unrolling mats. So I know it's a lot of work and I know they're real heavy. So I'm actually kind of surprised they're as inexpensive as they are. So.
They only go to about 700 pounds a section.
Yep.
Put them on the kid's back.
And Renee, we would take delivery of these before fiscal year ending June 30th. Is that correct?
I believe so, as long as we get the purchase order in a timely manner, yes.
Okay.
We'd had some discussion about perhaps this would be something that could be paid for with the bond issue, or are we talking about doing this with general funds?
Yeah,
I don't think
thanks.
we're going to have bond funds by then, right?
Sure, Dr. Rob. We are trying to use general funds accordingly that become available as part of the bond, but not using bond funds. So in this case, releasing approximately $57,000 from the bond and adding it to general fund.
All right.
The loading racks, those would be an additional expense, or is that factored into the 57 figure that?
The loading racks would be additional, yeah.
Additional.
Yeah. With the loading rack, they're not loading racks, they're just wall racks that you can store the mats up and out of the way. We were supposed to have those when the building was built. And of course, never happened. But that's what they are. We see them when we go to tournaments and such. There's a couple different kinds, but it's kind of a nice safety thing, and also the way it's attached against the wall. That would be in the tunnel system underneath the gym, and right where we now in the off season or during the season we have rolled up mats stacked on top of each other, which isn't good for the mats. But they weren't included in the estimate there.
You have an idea how much that would be? Just a ballpark?
Was it
Gosh,
7,500?
That's a separate company, right? The TW Promotions Inc. is your rack estimate. Is that right, Renee?
That is correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So those are almost 7,500, 74.55. Okay.
And that,
Oh, I didn't look far enough through the file. Sorry.
I'm not sure if that is, like if that's just one wall rack, which would be 3 sections, that would take care of one mat. And so it is going to take up space. And it's just that, we, of course, 15 years ago, I thought we were going to have it all done, but in the off season, we usually lay the mats flat because that's the best way to store them. And that's, of course, we bring them up into the resting room for that and just lay them flat in the stack. But during the season, we need them down there and of course need them out of the way. But
basically what I'm hearing is having that rack system also would extend the life of these mats because you're properly storing them versus just stacking them on top of one another.
That's why I included it, because when I talked to the rep, they're like, if you're going to get this many mats, you need to have some storage. And that always is the issue. They sit down on the gym floor waiting to be used in the season and they get squished. And so you're wrinkling the edges, you're kind of disturbing the surface of the mat while it's being stored away. There's a few sections about, I can't remember, 6 or 8 of them that don't get used during the season because they're up in storage waiting for tournaments. And then, like Rocky mentioned, so it's just going to aid in the longevity of the mats. That's why I said when we talk 5-year average, I could probably argue to get a 7 out of it at least. I mean, we've gotten 20 out of the current year, the current mats. I think that's pretty good. So
It also keeps kids from jumping up and down on the mats when they're sitting on the floor, which I seem to remember doing when I was a kid.
And transporting, I mean, there's a couple, I don't know which ones are in there, but there are a couple that help with, like, you can roll them out into the gym floor, makes it a little bit easier on liability. I always worry about, we're carrying them, but sometimes we do have smaller kids. So if we have the racks and if we can roll them out, I didn't look exactly what they recommended, but that was just a quick extra.
So how many racks would you need?
oh, geez.
At least 2 6 sections.
That would be 4 3-mat racks.
So that's about 30,000 for the racks.
3. Actually 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say 3. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
So we've been talking about this for what, 2 years now? It seems like
3.5 years.
It's been a while. I don't know. It might have been started before I got on the board, and I've been on for that long. But I remember it seems to be something that we've been dealing with since I started. I don't know what would be. So we're looking at 50. I don't have all the numbers added up in my head, but what's the amount that we're asking?
I think I did it real quick. If you look at the winch loaded mat racks, we'd have to get 3 of those plus the mats, around 82.5
with the mats total.
Yeah.
Okay. And the wrestling boosters have offered to pitch in some as they're able to this, right? So I think I saw $5,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't. Are we ready for a motion? Or we can have a motion and then have a discussion.
Correct.
I move that we authorize the purchase of wrestling mats and the appropriate racks to the amount that Dr. Leonard had come up with that I can't keep in my head. 80,000?
82.5.
82.
Well, we're going to need a good number for the minutes.
So why don't you just go with not to exceed like 83,000? That gives you a little bit of room there.
Or do we want to do a bigger contingency just in case, like 10%, like 85,000 maybe?
Well, you got the quote, so
I guess, but then is that inclusive of all the shipping and everything? I just in case something sneaked in there.
I calculated it with everything, the shipping,
Okay.
freight, everything that they had on it. So
Okay, so I'm sorry, what was your number, Mr. Perry? 83,000?
correct.
Okay, I would amend my motion to indicate that I wish to move that we authorize the purchase of wrestling mats and wrestling mat racks not to exceed $83,000. I almost lost the number again.
It's late.
I'd second.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion?
I just
What
think
was the
that
amount again from the boosters?
I think it was 5,000.
5,000.
So I don't know. I do think we've been punting this around for a fair amount of time, and just the safety concerns of kids wrestling on those mats, it worries me a lot. I just think it's time to just bite the bullet and let's just get this done. That's where I'm at on this.
I don't have a problem getting it done because we have been talking about this for a while. I will point out we did put the band over the barrel for 50% of their purchase. We might want to revisit and maybe give them a little discount back, especially since their fundraising also was hit up by COVID. Just gonna put that out there.
Heather, have you had a chance to fundraise?
Not this year.
Well, I know some other teams have been able to fundraise, so I was just wondering if Heather had the opportunity to do that with the wrestling boosters.
Normally, the wrestling does a couple different fundraisers throughout the year, but this year so far they have not been able to do any of those. They do a duck race in the summer. They do a drive your Ford in the fall. But we haven't been able to do any of that this year.
Okay, let me try this one more time. Stan or Rocky or Heather, have you had an opportunity to fundraise, or do you have anything coming up that you'd like to do?
Well, actually, we've lost all of our tournaments this year because of the virus. So we don't have any of our youth tournaments at all. We didn't get the, as she mentioned, the duck race, the inflatable 5K. We also were hoping to have a Las Vegas performance by a hypnotist and magician, and that, of course, we lost all that stuff also. We've been trying to collect some pop cans here and there, but I think about everybody is there. You know, you can't swing a dead cat out hitting the pop can around here.
If you want to come pick them up, I've got 5 or 6 big bags of pop cans in my garage. So you're welcome to them.
Send me your address, I'll get them.
Get Heather the address, we come pick them up.
Hey, send me an email. I might have
Thank
other
you.
fundraising opportunities for you as well.
But the kids, it's hard. Of course, our numbers are going to be down this winter from the kids' parents not allowing them to participate. Of course, the kids not being available to me to try to recruit in the high school. It's not there. It's kind of hard all the way around for everybody. And so, right now we don't have anything to do. Everybody's just trying to get the season started at some time or other, we hope. And we're just kind of flailing like a lot of people.
We're looking at other things for this winter.
Okay, yeah, I figured that.
We're looking at other fun activities that will get the kids active in the winter time. But we're just trying to work it out with the club. And then we're constantly collecting cans right now. So really it's just been cans here and there. what we can get, and then go from there and just trying to save as much money as possible, cutting costs. So.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Any additional discussion? All right, Ms. Bureau, if we could do a roll call.
Jones,
Yes.
Bureau, yes. Helgren,
Yes.
Perry,
Yes.
Robel,
Yes.
Leonard,
Yes.
and Dalton.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Rocky.
Serious about those cans. Come get them. I need to get them out of my garage.
Oh, we're serious.
Might even be a bonus in there for you.
Us retirees got to do things, you know.
Rocky and Stan, thanks for your time. I know we wrestled with this for a long time, no pun intended, but
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, Ms. Sadler, if we could get that in before year end, it just helps with the budget, because I think we're gonna, make sure that gets included in our new budget update. So
Yep, I will have it, the purchase order placed by the end of the week.
I even offered Reslite for me to go pick them up, but they won't let us do that anymore.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
all right, we'll move to section 6.5, IT and the Chromebook purchase. Dr. Hornak, I'm not sure if this
Yep,
is maybe you.
Yep, that's back to me. Thank you, board. I appreciate your stick-to-itness tonight. We've had many topics come before you, and you've had some real thoughtful discussions. I greatly appreciate the collaboration. So a couple months back, you granted emergency powers to buy things or make decisions based on COVID-19 with such a fluid environment. But you also requested, hey, if you're going to do that, let me know, or let us know, to which I did. We had a series of grant funds that had to be spent, not items ordered by the 31st, but we actually have to pay out that money by December 31st. So we needed to place that emergency order of 1,000 more Chromebooks to spend that down, which brings us to 1-to-1. And to that end, there will be some additional wraparound costs for licensing that I don't believe will hit the grant. That's just something that it's not as simple as buying a Chromebook and then deploying it the next day. We have to have filters on it. We have to have licensing on it and all of that. But to formally then approve that, this comes back. So while I might be the temporary approval to place an order, we need the board to then verify and also approve that. So before you have a proposal for approximately $370,000 for the 1,000 additional Chromebooks that were ordered and should be in this week.
So does that include the wraparound cost you're talking about, or is
that'll be separate?
Okay.
But we have budget for that.
Is that shipping fee accurate? That's $20 a laptop in bulk. They couldn't put it on a pallet or something for less than that.
I see Holt Public is with us. Kevin, can you help us with that?
Yes, sir. It was $2,000 shipping, so it would be $2 per Chromebook.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And
can't
that
do basic
included,
math. It's way too late at night. I'm sorry.
That also included lift gate, because we don't have a proper receiving area at the North Campus where we receive technology shipments.
Oh no, it's much more reasonable when you do the math correctly. I just dropped a zero when I did it.
And Kevin, can you verify that the additional wraparound costs will be paid through your department rather than by grant funds?
That is correct, sir.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
You need a motion. I don't want to hog all the motions. Would somebody else like to make a motion?
I could use a motion.
I move that we authorize the purchase of 1,000 Chromebooks for the total of approximately $370,000.
Second.
Would there be a way for you to actually use the number? Because
Oh, sure. I'll amend that. Instead of approximately, I will use $369,980.
thank you.
And Jesse, I think you second that. All right. Any further discussion? Ms. Bureau, if we could do a roll call.
You're muted.
Yes.
I thought everybody was frozen as well. Helgren,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
Ms. Roble,
Yes.
Dr. Leonard,
Yes.
Ms. Dalton,
Yes.
Ms. Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Bureau, yes.
All right, motion passes. Thank you. We'll move to HR and Dr. Quinlan.
Good evening. And I didn't really have much to add other than your written correspondence you already have. Just to update, we are onboarding the employee assistance plan. It's set to be rolled out and ready to start on January 1st. Materials should be set to go out to all staff this week with scheduled reminders and education about all of the offerings included in it.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mhm.
Last few years, we've had, I don't know, upwards of 20 retirements on the page by this point during the year. It seems very sparse compared to previous years. Is this a real number? Or are we expecting to get a bunch of retirements coming through at the end of the year?
I'm not sure. This is what we have as of now. I think we have a few teachers potentially that will anticipate retiring that we don't have anything formal yet. Dr. Hornak might have more information just in terms of past years and what that looks like, but
It just seemed remarkably low based on the last few years. I didn't know if that was a good trend or what.
I mean, we've still continued to have quite a few resignations, particularly our paraeducators. So we've seen a bit more there, but in terms of retiring notice at this point, we haven't received too many, as you can see.
Historically, we get the bulk of them in December and January because we ask for early. We used to incentivize an early
Notification. Yep.
notification in January. So December and January is when we typically get the biggest amount.
And are we asking that again this year, or did that not gone out because of the various other things that have been going on?
It does go out in January. So we're on track to request that again.
Dr. Quinlan, with that EAP program, you mentioned the marketing promotional materials. Is that ongoing? I mean, it's more beyond just the initial, hey, here's the plan.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talked about that with Kira Link this morning, actually, and they, in addition to monthly newsletters that we will push out to the staff, just as a kind of a reminder, we will be requesting data from them and in terms of utilization to see what areas are being utilized and what areas we may need to promote more or send more information to the staff on. So we will be checking in with them periodically in terms of our utilization and how we can continue to communicate with the staff for what's available.
Yeah, I think it's an awesome program. It's just that getting that word around about what it is and what it can do is sometimes a difficult thing. So if it's ongoing, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I have one more question for you, Dr. Quinlan. When I first joined the board 3.5 years ago, I was given an organizational chart of the, the staff, and I have not seen anything like that since. I don't know if something like that exists or if that's something that could be created, but it would be useful to have a sense of what positions exist out there, at least, well, I don't know. I would be interested in knowing what maybe we could compile, and I understand that might take some time, but I think that would be beneficial for the board to have that accessible to them.
Absolutely. And Dr. Hornick, we might even have something maybe that we just need to update.
Right. We have a working draft. It's pretty working at the moment. So give us a little bit of time, but we will.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
that's fine. That's fine. But I, just every once in a while, like I have to say, like,
Who
what
is
is your
that?
position?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
And I don't even have a sense of what all positions even exist.
Yeah.
So that might be helpful because there have been a lot of like new positions added just in the last several years. So it would be helpful for me anyway. So yeah, at some point when life slows down a little bit,
You
just
got it.
put that in the queue. Thank
Absolutely.
You bet.
All right, if there's no further questions to Dr. Quinlan, we'll say goodnight and thank you.
Thank you.
Moving to financial matters, I don't see Ms. Cosgrove on, and I don't know, Dr. Hornick, you've worn a lot of hats. I don't know.
It's okay. So Kim's having some tech issues. She is listening, but she doesn't have a camera or a microphone on the computer that she's listening from. So she communicated with me to share that there are no significant updates for you beyond what you see in your packet.
So you're happy to answer any questions?
Listen, I told her we could trade next month. So, yeah.
I have a quick question. We were onboarding someone to do financial Kim's position basically. Is that person in yet? Is he?
Yeah,
is he,
I can give that update.
yeah, I'd appreciate an update on
Yep.
that.
Michael Dunkel has joined our team. He is from Michigan originally. He worked in the finance department in Grayling at the ISD in Grayling. He then followed family out west, and he served as the finance director or executive director of ARISA with a budget about double our size. So he was then overseeing up to, I think, approximately 25. He's on the call, so tomorrow he can verify my stats. But, basically a couple counties. We have 12 in Ingham County. It would be like sticking two Ingham counties together. Then the family he followed out there moved back east. So he decided to move his family back. He is in mid-Michigan. He lives in Holt with his partner. And one of his daughters is a high school senior. And so she'll be transitioning to Holt High at some point. But Michael is very, very talented. Kim stopped in the office today to say that, he just gets it. And he understands where we are, and he understands the questions to ask, and he's getting, the budgets prepared. So we anticipate February, a budget update. I think we're right on track for that. In years past, when we went down a person or two, that may have been delayed. But I'm tickled to share that we got a new teammate, we got a full team in the finance world, and things are going well.
Well, Michael, if you're on the call still, welcome. We're really excited to have you. This is a very detailed position. We need good people.
And Kim said he's an excellent technician, and he's already done the job of the executive director position. So he's going to learn our system, and we'll see where the next steps take us.
Will he be joining us in this portion of the meeting?
At some point, we need to continue to have him understand our systems all the way. We'll be easing him into our Monday afternoon meetings at some point as well. So, yep.
All right, thank you for that update. We'll move to the calendar. Is that January 9th date, right? Or is that the 11th?
I think it's the 11th. I can verify right now that that's the 11th.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're back to get, yes. So I assume a little bit of calendar update would be okay right now. Winter holiday begins on Friday. I'd also like to invite the board and anyone else listening to Friday between 11 and 1, we'll be distributing food behind Holt High School. We're asking that to be adults distributing the food. While we have lots of kids that like to help, we have learned that it may be best and most discreet for the adults to hand off the food. So if we have kids listening and you're interested in volunteering, we're going to find other opportunities for you. Then at the end of business on Friday, we go on winter break. Most of our buildings will be completely shut down. We're not sure what that means for athletics. We're still on a pause right now. MHSAA has rep council on Wednesday, and they'll be giving some recommendations. We still will not be full 5 days a week. We've committed to varsity no more than 4 practices a week, no competitions, and sub-varsity 3. But some of that may still be tweaked. We resume on January 4th. We're back together on the 11th, and as we decided earlier, the 18th will not be happening. That's postponed. It's MLK Junior Day continues, but the board engagement that day will be postponed, and second semester begins on the 25th of January. So.
All right, thank you for that update. We'll move to old business. If no old business, we'll move to new business.
I guess technically my discussion for new business is a technically old business because we've talked about it before. Couple of things. All right, so 7250 is what I wanted to add on there. We approved that in August of 2018. We've talked about it a couple of times while working on the sponsorship packet. Talked about it both in subcommittee meetings. Was questioned by administrators who reviewed the sponsorship packet, and then 3 months ago, when we talked about the sponsorship packet in the committee of the whole, there were questions that came up that people wanted clarification on from Neola and Dr. Halleck. One of the questions was the 5-year clause in our policy, and I did get it reconfirmed that when we chose the 5-year clause, it was with the understanding that we can use that if somebody wanted a longer naming right or whatnot, that while the contract would be 5 years, it would be they would have first right of refusal, whoever had the current one. So it could be extended. Now, in talking with Dr. Halleck, he said, we could technically make that any date we wanted, or we could remove it entirely. It had, there's no problem with doing any of that. So I guess since that's been a hot topic, I thought I would bring it up for everyone to make any comments on. The other
So
piece of that, yes.
If it's removed, that just means that if we do have a term, we just set the term when we make the arrangement. We could set it to be whatever we want. We could make it 30 years or 3 years or we just don't have a term.
Which we could do that anyhow on any of our contracts, because what we're talking about actually is 2 different things, because in the naming rights portion, it doesn't go over any of the nitty gritty. It just kind of gives an overview of what we're going to look for. Somebody needs to be deceased, and there was a couple other things I have it pulled up if you'd like to read it. So it's kind of all over what other districts do. But it was recommended to us at the time of 5 years, and we thought, well, that seems kind of short. What if somebody wants something longer? Dr. Halleck said that Neola recommends the 5 years because then every 5 years we're guaranteed to go back and look at the contract and are things being met. Now we could change the verbiage to say with a minimum of every 5 years reviewing the contract, or we could just leave it. Now the second piece of it is anytime we go into like a sponsorship type of situation or naming situation, it always requires board approval. That's it, always requires it. So in talking to Dr. Halleck and actually from the notations that Clark Hill had made on some things, it was the suggestion is to have the year clause, any moral clauses, anything like that, all listed in the actual agreement, which is what the board is okaying, and not necessarily having it. So we don't necessarily have to have it in here. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
think
wondering if,
Okay, because I'm getting a little tired, and so I'm trying not to confuse things.
yeah, I'm wondering if you could just say any naming contract shall address the length of the naming rights.
We
Because
could
I would think-
absolutely do that.
Yeah,
I like
because I
that.
think it would help. Some may want it for 10, some may want it for 50, some may want it like for the life of, like, say, the stadium. It would
Right.
Just depend.
That didn't work out well at Northwestern.
So realistically, we could just take that piece right out, because ultimately it's going to be spelled out in a contract that we agree. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in policy at all.
Yeah,
So
I do.
we could just take that whole sentence right out.
I would leave it in there just to make sure that it is in fact addressed.
Okay.
Because
But not
I
a
think
time. Just say it's going to be included in the contract, the
Right.
duration.
Because I
Okay.
think it's important to both parties that be agreed to.
Okay.
I do like the last 3 clauses. I think those definitely should be in there for our protection.
I was going to get to those. Thank
Okay.
you, Dr.
Sorry.
Halgren. So no, one of the other things that has been brought up repeatedly and actually back when we did the policy originally was, well, what if we get into a situation where maybe we don't think that should be named that anymore for whatever reason, a moral reason or whatnot. That is addressed in this. In 7250, it says that we have that right to terminate. And again, the attorneys at Clark Hill working on the sponsorship package is like, yeah, you should have that in your agreement with them anyhow. So,
And probably, to be fair, that should go both ways.
oh yeah. So, okay, so I will go ahead and add Mark's suggestion in lieu of the 5-year clause. Mark, would you repeat your what you
Yeah,
had?
so it would read, any naming contract shall address length of naming rights.
Okay. So, and when will, I have that noted, and I will make that change and put it in the board packet for next month. So another piece, while we were talking about both 7250 and the sponsorship and advertising policy, which is another 70. I can't remember the number. We brought these two together, and in the course of that conversation is where the sponsorship packet came out of. So when I came on board in 2015, for 2 years, we talked about policy needing updating. In 2017, in the spring, we had decided to partner with Neola. Starting at the end of the summer is when the subcommittee met. I guess I'm just giving everybody on the board, because not everybody's been here, some background on this. We then met quite frequently in some very long sessions.
Very thick stacks of papers.
And Mrs. Dalton and I would butt heads over the table for hours on end. And with Ben in between us, Ben and Dr. Halleck and Dr. Hornak, and we hashed out and finally approved in 2018 a full-blown policy that was from start to finish. Now, we had a lot of policy to begin with, and as the state and federal would ask for changes to policy, we would review those pieces, but we didn't have a concerted effort to review policy on an ongoing basis before we got on board with Neola. And there were numerous policies that we just never ever had. They just weren't in our thing. And many of our policies that we did have, unless there was a mandated state or federal update to them, had not been in touch since their inception. And many of those were 1972. So we really went from I have two 5-inch binders plus a 1.5-inch binder to hold the policy. So in our discussion of how we're going to, then the tennis supporters asked for naming rights. So that's how we delved into the whole sponsorship package, which with COVID and numerous other things that happen in education had been moving along kind of slowly until this past year. We kind of picked up, and we're actually very close to, I'm going to use a non-animal reference here, Mark. We're very close to the goalpost on this one. It's already been,
nice.
Yay me. We sent it to Clark Hill, and they reviewed it, and actually I finished up all the revisions on it, plus we condensed it up a little bit. Christine is looking at the application portion of it based on some discussions with both Clark Hill and the board president and a few others, and that's going back to Clark Hill, so we could potentially have this whole thing wrapped up before December is out, and I'm pretty excited about that. So that will be coming to you with all the changes, and I'll send it out like in the next 24 to 48 hours. I'm giving a few, Dr. Hornak and a few people a chance to peek at it first. Then it'll come back to you so we can approve that.
So
that's
thinking
where the
about
sponsorship.
doing a first reading or a final approval on?
Well, we
read it a few times. So
we did. We have read it a few times. I was hoping that it could be a final reading. But I guess we've got a couple of days to talk about that. So that's kind of where the sponsorship packet came out of. And as we were thinking about how do we pull in public-private partnerships, and what are the parameters we use, and then naming rights kind of all meshed in the same thing. So this has been a long work in progress to get this done, and that is where we're at. And read it, tear it apart, send me your notes. I'd love to hear it.
And it still contains suggested donations, but they're just suggested, right? We've emphasized that it's a suggestion.
Yes, every fee word. Oh, there is one hitch in our giddy up on this yet. we do need to figure out some verbiage. There was a concern from the attorneys. If we got like a sponsorship or something for like something on the softball field, that we may be on the hook for the same thing for the baseball field out of our general fund. So we're kind of looking around at that, trying to figure that out. And to your question, many people had concerns about how that read. So we kind of combined like with like and have a suggested donation range with ideas to add into the agreement.
Right. I just don't want to, I don't want to turn away money just because they can't come up with enough money if that, really, you know, if it's something we really want to do.
Correct. And then that clause of these are just suggestions, you know, we'd like to hear your own project with your own, is on every single one of those pages. So that's kind of obvious as well. And again, it's done. I sent it to David and Mark and Kim and today. And if I hear back from them in the next 24 hours or so, I'll send it out to the rest of the board. So you have it in plenty of time before the next board meeting. Any questions about any of that?
So, Ms. Bureau, did you want us to approve the first reading of the 7250 tonight?
I don't, well, my preference would be that we approve the final at the next board meeting.
Along with
whether we want to consider this a first reading, which you don't have it in front of you, but I can screen share the original right now.
So you want to do this policy and the sponsorship guide at the same time?
Yeah, that would be my preference. Yes.
Okay, so we could skip the first reading.
We could absolutely skip the first reading on this piece of policy because it's been discussed numerous times.
Okay.
Were there any other concerns other than the 5-year or moral clause that anybody had in regards to that policy?
Just one thought, I guess, do we grandfather in somehow everything that's out there? And that, Dr. Hornick, I don't know, I mean, maybe would he get some downtime? Maybe somebody could, yeah, pull together what we have out there. You know, I know we have like the theater, we probably have the Chi Library.
The junior high football field has got a name on it.
What I remember Dr. Halleck saying from our first go around was that that is what it is. And going forward, we don't touch any of those. I mean, if for some reason a name gets stripped for some reason, but we leave what we have as is.
Totally random story. I have a grandchild of Livingsburger, the person who the theater's named after, in my class. So he said, "You were at Holt?" I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh, my grandmother's, name's on the theater." It's like, oh, that's cool. So these things are remembered by the families. I guess maybe that's what I'm trying to say.
You bet. I Elliot was named after a woman. You got Pernert Auditorium. You've got Bernard Hope School, Van Erman Press Box, Troost Field, Livingsparger Theater. I just started cranking them out, Mark. But I'm willing to do that homework. But if Julie's making the recommendation that it's like the date you approve forward, that everything else is held, I'll do that over the course of time and get that back to you.
Amy, do you remember? I thought we asked about the grandfathering. Do you remember that, David? Was that we had that conversation regarding this policy, I thought, with Dr. Halleck in 2018.
I do not. I do not recall.
I
don't
can't
have all
remember a
those
policy
policies
number
numbered?
tonight, but all of a sudden I can remember a conversation from 2018. Something's backwards here. I rarely
I
forget
don't know. It's, I mean,
policy
it's kind
numbers.
of grant, it's kind of retroactively legislating things. I don't know if you can really
Right.
change
That's-
something that's already been negotiated. So
Yeah, no.
No, we just may want to publicly state that so that, you know, there's no families that think that, you know, with this policy, we get to scratch those already named facilities. So. All right, with that, we'll go to closed session, which we do not need this evening.
Thank goodness.
You scared me, Mark. I didn't.
What? I think we're
Yeah, it was
all
my
like,
heart went a little bit
hang
faster
on
too.
here. What in the world?
So we'll also eliminate 13, the open session, which, you know, brings us to the new
I
Dr.
will make the
Hallgren.
traditional motion.
Yeah.
I move that we adjourn.
I'll support that motion.
Thank you. And then can you do the roll call?
Yep, let me make a notation here. Dr. Helgren,
Yes.
Ms. Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Dalton,
Yes.
Dr. Leonard,
Yes.
Ms. Roble,
Yes.
Mrs. Bureau, yes, and Mr. Perry.
Yes. All
Awesome.
right.
Happy holidays,
Stand-
everyone.
You too. We stand
Happy
adjourned.
holidays.
Hey, Christine, if you can hang on just a second, I got
I'm right here. You bet.
All right.
Happy holidays, everyone. Take care.
Hey, I just wanted to run an idea by you because it came up today and I'll probably forget about it.